Ladies and gentlemen, we're trying something new with the lighting. We're still trying lots of new things with the lighting. There's so much to think of it. Let's go ahead and do this really quick while we're right here. Good morning, Michael Yaver. Which I'm probably pronouncing incredibly wrong. Well, thank you, Michael, for your kind thoughts. And I do hope to see you more in the streams. We stream basically every day. It's actually 6 days a week, 10 hours a day. Lots of stuff. Your timing is perfect as always. We've located a third current. I'll mark the destination on your map. The third site should provide us ample data to trace the ethereal signal. I should also mention this site is host to ancient Bosian ruins. Our data suggests they date back to the third astral era, but I cannot say for certain. What I can say is the undead are known to roam the lands there at night, so stay on your guard. I wish I could accompany you, but I would only slow you down. Please be careful out there. That is up there. Ha! How apropos. And yeah, the red chocobos never popped. Someone already asked that. Actually, see, in most MMOs you can, Von Falkenstein. It's only the really old games like EverQuest where you can't. For those of you not familiar with that, in EverQuest, the leash radius was the zone. So if you aggroed something, you're aggroed to it. Until you are no longer in that zone. Yeah. It was effectively infinite. Any new MMOs I'm excited for? No. Any new MMOs that I'm interested in at all? No. But yeah, you ever wonder where Train comes from? It's from EverQuest. How many of you have ever personally experienced zoning into a zone and being like, hey, I'm in a new zone, sweet, and then you just see this line of mobs come steamrolling towards you? It's the guy. Going after the guy. Oh, this hit really hard. Look at that. Slash walk did not help. Oh, that's good to know. What the hell was I talking about? So they come steamrolling through. The guy they're chasing zones to the line you just hit. And so now there's like 20 mobs right next to you. No, the walk key is this key. It didn't work, Velvetrix. As is previously indicated. Oh, I have no idea, Cashel. It'd probably be WoW. I wouldn't want to be stuck with the tech debt at 14, to be completely honest. I don't remember if that was true in FF11. I'd like to say I'm experienced with FF11, and I kind of am. But FF11 is not a game I would consider a good one. So you're sure they aggro based on sound? Because the moment I accepted the res, they aggroed me. Like the second I stood up. Not when I started moving, when I stood up. Here, I'll even just take my hands off the keyboard. And I'm dead. I'm sure glad I got all that metal earlier so I could lose it all in this quest. Wow. I don't even know where I'm going exactly. I'm assuming killing the... Oh yeah, they're rank 5s. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and just sort of accept this. Yeah, if they aggro on res, which they totally freaking do... what was I saying? Was I ever into the PvP game? Yes, actually. For quite a while there, I rather enjoyed PvP, but then I stopped. And I don't really have much else to add to that. Like, I just stopped being interested in competitive multiplayer in general. Probably because when it's good is the exception, in my opinion. When it's interesting, when it's fun, when it's engaging, is the exception. Most of the time, it's either frustrating, because I'm, you know, being curb stomped and there's nothing I can do about it, or frustrating, because I'm curb stomping the enemy and there's nothing they can do about it. And that's pretty much the two categories of PvP that dominate, I'd say, 90% of my time when PvPing. I'm either wrecking their face, so I feel bad, or I'm getting face wrecked, so I feel bad. That's not to say there weren't, you know, the other 10%. The other 10% did show up every now and again, and it was awesome when it did. Let's start from back here. Hi, Gary. I have PvP'd extensively in FF14, technically. I mean, I even have the mouth. But I only really do it to level. It's boring and terrible, and frankly, I can't stand it. It is not fun. You got a little under a week, Gary. You know, he's not going to make it, guys. Well, you're welcome, Bloody Poo. And yeah, it has been a while since the Mass Effect stuff. Is that everything? For certain definitions of the word, yes, that is everything. Okay. I'm a little tired of this song, too. And I've been playing on mute for the most part. But it's been stuck in my... I've been sorting my music. How many of you do that? Someone? Anyone? No? Just me? Okay. I've been sorting through my music, and I have a bunch of new acquisitions I need to sort through, including... the Trials of Mana soundtrack, which I just grabbed. FF7R1, which is a huge soundtrack. It's like 8 CDs worth of music, so I'm still sorting through that one. What else am I sorting through? I've still got Mega Man X 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and 5, and 6, and 7, and 8 to sort through, because I just got some really high-quality versions of that from the collection, which just came out this year. Yeah, all that stuff needs to be sorted and organized, and then I need to go through and finish what I call the For Tonight playlist, which is the "This is what I'm in the mood for right now" playlist. Because, you know, my moods change, obviously. Well, that wasn't the worst quest in this game. The aggro on res is bull crap. I'm just saying. I would have been fine with that, except for the aggro on res. It's just wow. Very good. Starting data collection protocol. It makes a sound. Kong, kong, kong. All systems fully operational. Free to return to camp. Oh god. So I'm assuming the Eureka song is a take on the Eureka song from FF3 because that would make sense. No. Okay. What's irritating is this is a good song, it's this non-stop thing. And I've grown sick of the combat version of it when she starts singing. Yeah, exactly, Kobaran. Ahem. Well... I just lost like 100 metal for this frickin' thing, so you better give me some good results. Or my gunblade's gonna be turning into a frost blade really quick here. Gunmorn? From what we can discern, the sensors are still fully operational, but the spectrometer is not receiving any other data. One of the contact plugs to the transmitter appears to be damaged. I can fix it, but in all honesty, it'd probably be faster to get a new one from our facility in Doma. Shall we go then? I'll hear none of that. Running errands is my job, not yours. If it's all the same to you, I think it's best if I go. There's still work for you to do here. You sure? So long as the control panel is broken, there's naught else I can do. What's more, this affords me the opportunity to finally see Doma. Who might have deny you your first trip here? I'll let Jesse know you're on your way. Oh god, I can picture that Giga Pudding. You're basically shooting blizzards out. Giant frost hurricanes. Like, you ever play Diablo 3 Wizard? There's an ability that basically shoots out a galaxy in front of you. Imagine that, but it's frozen. Alright, new contact blood ready and waiting for Misha. Sure, nice of her to save me the trip back. Having her around has been truly a blessing. I dare not think how long it would have taken to analyze the crystal focus, let alone locate the ether currents without her. And of course, your contribution to the resistance has been invaluable as well. Once the spectrometer is operational again, it won't be long before the crystal focus is working. I'm sure of it. Yeah, this song is the one I'm a little sick of. More specifically. Hello, Hazardous. Meanwhile, at the ruins of Boja, people are walking around up on Mount. One of the fates I was in earlier had a conversation between the NPC and the enemy, where they were like, dude, no, he's better than other Imperials. He doesn't actually want to kill, other people. He wants an egalitarian utility. He wants unity and an egalitarian empire. And I was just like, why are you two fighting? Anyways. We'll see where they go with that, if indeed anywhere. Ah, the Lady of Blades, save the Queen. Simply exquisite. Time has done little to mar her beauty. What is it? We've captured an intruder, sir. We believe them to be of the Resistance. Yeah, Lorshar. Stand aside. Sir? You heard the commander. Stand aside or I'll report you for insubordination. Yes, sir. Interesting. Well, it glows. That's actually a really cool looking sword. The inlay's a bit much, but I love the styling. Is this indeed the blade we've been searching for? Yes, there can be no doubt. Only the blade of the Queen herself bore these inscriptions. Then our plans proceed apace. Excellent. Sure, we just received word from Sicinius. They found it. Very good. Let's return to the Castrum Lacus Litor. Another relic? Nothing you concern yourself with, my dear. Of course, forgive me. I trust your absence will go unnoticed. Sir, I tampered with the spectrometer per your instructions, permitting me the opportunity to leave their base. I will return after a brief trip to Doma. Well done. Legatus Gabranth will be certain to hear your deeds thus far. But, lest you forget, the victory is close at hand. Any mistakes you have will have dire consequences. Do you understand? Evil, evil, evil. Yes, sir. Excellent. Thank you, Slime Time, for the donation. Much obliged, sir. If you happen to know where you want to put that, let me know. Otherwise, have a good day. Yeah, sure. Shadowlands, you got it. I'm afraid it'll be a little while longer before the spectrometer is operational, but never fear, you'll know when it's ready to resume. Oh, let me go rank up really quick. Lord needs all the metal he can get, I'm just saying. I got a large construction project. I'm streaming this goddamn game. Yep, I can do all sorts of resistant quest stuff, which I'm not doing because everything else takes higher priority. I even looked up the list of which Heavensward things to do. But I haven't finished leveling, and I haven't finished leveling, so... Yes, Jesus. I'm not actually joking. I'm leveling my rank and I'm leveling my level. So I really am double leveling here. Happy to report our soldiers have dealt another heavy blow to the Empire's forces. Our front line has pushed forward and seized another outpost. Yep, that's that one. Zone 3. What's the 5.4 trailer? I mean, no. I'm pretty sure I haven't seen any trailers, period. That's not true. I've seen the Shadowbringers trailer. Because we watched it a year and a half ago. But that is it. Yeah, I've seen the patch art, because it's impossible not to. It's literally on the launcher. Brutally murder Remedy's Exeon. I mean, so it looks like 26,000 metal to be done with that particular level. As for the other level, actually not too bad. Not too far off. Only a doth of either. Wait. Well, I remember when I first saw the patch art, I was actually linked in the Discord, and my first reaction was, who the heck is that? Because I didn't know who Gaia was at the time. No, she's irritating given form. That's what she is. Okay. Hey! Lunya's stand. The Garleans made us work for it. But it's finally ours. We continue to keep pressure. I imagine they'll have no choice but to retreat to the castrum. And then we can do the castrum. Woo. I'll take that free 3,000 metal. I probably could use that earlier, but whatever. You can get the net quest at rank 9. Well, funny you say that. Earlier, a mob, like a rank 2 or 3, I forget which, had actually followed a person into one of these rest areas as the previous one. And everyone was just sitting there staring at it. And I'm like, are we going to help that person? And finally I just started attacking it. It's like, you know what, whatever. I'm going to help them. Because I know exactly what it feels like to be the person who's just sitting there with a mob beating on me and no one's helping me. A full-size brat stall. Wow. I only know what that is because my niece. Yeah, I'm guessing that shop thing up there is where the Etherite is. Avoid all the enemies. So, Valvidrix pointed this out earlier, and I was going to point this out on camera. It's almost weird how they make a point of saying, you know, the 4th Legion, or whatever Legion this is, doesn't really use Magitech, but they just use tactics in order to win. How much Magitech is around here? Because I think it's approximately all the Magitech. Yeah, I know, Rex. It's just, it's right here, so I don't think I need to. Oh, I've seen that one. Hazardous. My personal favorite was the Rickroll one, which they did recently. Earlier this week, actually. Yeah, and they keep using Beastmasters, which are actually some of the most irritating fights. Or skirmishes or whatever. Okay. Get the explore really quick because it's right here. There we go. Hey, the whole map. Woo. Oh, I can totally get involved in this one. I'm gonna get 5... Nope, I was too late. Wow. Anyways. Oh, God, Final Cloud. Guys, Final Cloud has just asked me what I think of all of the things. Like, he just said, hey, Lore, how would you fix the economy? And I'm just like, oh my god, Final Cloud, why do you do this to me? Well, in the interest of not repeating myself too much, for I have already spoken at length about all of those concepts, I think the jobs need to... I don't think they need to add new jobs, with the possible exception of the Alchemist job, because I'm in love with that idea now. And I think they need to spend some real time sitting down and absolutely polishing over... existing jobs, which they have been doing, it's worth noting. But my point is, I think they need to do more of that. Bojin coins, Bojin coins, Bojin coins. How do I fix humanity? I have some theories. Sorrowful memory. Puppets coin. Totems. Looking like no. I love throwing away cards I already have. Come on, game, you know I have them. I mean, that's exactly the problem, isn't it, Omega Legion? It's the exact same trap WoW found themselves in for years. We have to keep adding new classes, which is actually even worse in WoW, because each new class added in WoW is actually 3 new classes added in WoW. So they had to add 3 new classes every other expansion because people demanded it. Oh god, I don't know, Giga Pudding. I'd say, so we spent all of that time in here, and then we spent the time on camera, and then we spent that time, so... I'd say about 5 to 6 hours. I'm gonna go and register for that. Actually, no, hang on. I'm a dancer, okay. I'm gonna register for that. Boop. And now I'm gonna do a cutscene. It worked, Laura. We found a matching ethereal signature and traced it back to its source. Lija is working on a device that allows us to charge the crystal focus using the area's ambient ether. As you might expect, its extraction will be delicate work. As such, we will accompany you. Shall we be off? That's not that long. I beg to differ, but whatever. I don't know. Maybe I'm old, but 5 hours of grinding, and I'm not done yet, is not something I would consider a good thing. Oh, shoot. There we go. Okay. I was like, wait a second. Why is it still... Oh, right. I mean, that makes sense, Rex, because our party is different. Let me do this one real quick. Yeah, that's 5 hours of just running around doing this. I mean, I suppose that is better than Eureka. I say that with anecdotal evidence. But that's not good. Just, yeah. Still, it is worthy of note that they are improving, so who knows, maybe Eureka 3 in the next expansion will be even better. So here's a question for you guys. And this is, Cashel's in there? That's hysterical. What are we at over here? Sorry. Foot. Go. Let's see if I can find Cashel in this mess. Let's see. See if I can select Cashel in this mess. I love it. Rack says, jump, please. Someone else immediately starts jumping. The moment. Anyways. Alright, Mr. Red. See you around. I mean, I get it, Remedy Zexion, and I do, but that doesn't mean it can't be improved, you know what I mean? I was actually thinking about how I would do this area while we're on the subject, and I think what I would do is something similar to what several people in chat mentioned yesterday. The idea of having, say, a variable amount of NPC support, trust style, based on number of current players. Put simply, I understand the idea of trying to encourage players to group with each other, and credit is shared, so you don't even need to actually be in the group at the time. So, yeah, no, it makes sense that I'm with it. Again, Guild Wars 2. But I think for a degree of future-proofing, having a system in place, a mechanic right there, which is like, oh, hey, there's only 8 people in the zone. Let's spawn, 40 NPCs. Don't they have that? If they do, I certainly haven't noticed that. Because the NPCs have been garbage. And all that happens is I immediately pull aggro and then die. So... Sure, I believe you. There's definitely NPCs and they're definitely worth a damn. I suppose I could add on to my previous statement, let's add the NPCs and also make them worth a damn. That being said, I have seen that when they use their limit breaks, it's actually worth a damn. It's the only time I've seen it be actual worthwhile. So far. Again, only 5 hours of experience. So, look at that what you will. that. I'm glad the maw is enjoyable. Yes, as soon as I finish this quest, I am going to go ahead and start 5.3. I know, Remedy's Exion. I didn't see that he was casting an attack. We've already talked about this. I actually even started doing the method to try and make it a little bit better that someone in chat suggested. I just forget to do it because I just started doing that, which is this. So I can see their cast bar right in front of my face like that. I'm not sure if it helps yet. I haven't really seen it that much yet because you have to, you know, re-hit at each boss. But whatever. Sure. What? Oh, God. Someone get him up. Wait. By which I mean me. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. Yes. Ugh, okay. Almost didn't make that. God, Cashel. Yeah, we were the 46th people in there. Dying, coward. I'm curious how long you've been able to do that, Richard Cove, if you don't mind my asking. Because this looks new to me. Interesting. Oh, God. Hang on, that changed everything. Alright, so this... okay. I say, this is new to me. Which one of these is cast bar? And I'm in combat, of course I am. That looks like buffs. Buffs and debuffs. So that's probably the cast bar right there. So let's move this down, back down here. Ugh! I gotta redo these. How much time do I have? Minute and 16. Okay. Put those back there. Put this right in my face. And then put this down here, and we'll see what that looks like. Ugh. Well, it's okay. The thing that irritates me about this boss is he has one attack that does in front of him and one attack that does the sides of him. And you need to look at the cast bar to tell. So this will be a good test case right here to see how this works. That's way too early. Is that just a shirt? It is just a shirt. How do you get just a shirt and jeans in this game? Look at that. I'm not complaining. I'm curious. Oh, treasure dungeons. Okay. I swear we'll start the main story quest in a minute. Just give me a minute here, guys. Bear with me. Bear with me. Oh, there we go. That's nice and obvious. That is so much better. That is a good quality of life change right there. Although, it looks like the buffs are in the wrong spots. I'm gonna have to move those. Looks like the health is in the wrong spot, too. Whatever. I actually saw that on Falkenstein. I don't know how well it'll do, but I hope it does well, assuming it's a good game, which it I have no idea, of course. That attack got me earlier today, and it really shouldn't have. I'm still pissed about it. Yeah, here's hoping Gabranth is actually not an idiot. He might be, considering, you know, he's fighting in Bozja against people who he probably shouldn't be fighting against, but, you know, whatever. Yep, nope, this seems like the right spot. Not a lot of options there with the time I had. Okay, thank you for telling me about detaching the target thing, because that has already helped me. Whoop. WoW does not cap its FPS. No. I mean, you can. You can set it to cap its FPS. Now, WoW is also pretty finicky with the higher-end stuff. It took me forever to get ray tracing working, for example. I mean, I did, but, you know, it took a minute. Woo! Oh my god, these are just chaining. Look at this! Are either of these the choke? No, of course they're not the chocobo. Screw it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. These are very lucrative, so I'm just going to keep chaining these, if that's cool with you guys. Yes, let's fix my HP and buffs. Where's target? Here, let's just set up here. I did Q, right? Yep, I did, okay. I know Valvedrix, but you know what? This is opportune, so I'm going to take it. I know that you're in a hurry because you're family. I just realized I have to do this. Where is it? Tab targeting is so weird in this game. There it is. Right. I can't target something and also do this, because screw that. Oh god! Oh god! Okay, so that was this one. This is going to be the rest of the stream, right here. Alright, so... I suppose I don't need it to be bigger. It's not like, you know, WoW, where I need that info in immediately available format. So let's just move it into a better spot to see, like, say, there. There's no center button, is there? No, of course not. That's fine, that's fine. Events. Ugh, this guy. The mines irritate me on this guy, that's all. Because I'm spending so much of my time and attention looking for the lasers, you know. I'm not trying to take mines. It's if you understand my meaning. But no, you're right, of course. There's actually a boss. In WoW, there's pretty much the same thing. The tank's job, the off-tank's job, rather, is to go and to grab the mines so that they don't hit anyone else. I thought that was kind of a cool thing for the off-tank to do. Here's a mechanic that basically involves taking a lot of damage. What about dealing threat? No. Just go take damage. Oh, okay. My current plan for Castrum is to get lucky, to be completely honest with you. Let's see what happens. There's always the worst case scenario, which is the video. But, for example, in the evenings, people tend to be far more likely to do Castrum, apparently, so more feasible. We shall see. At least on this server. Just cluster, whatever. I gotta be honest, where was this earlier? I've been on for like 2 hours, and all of a sudden it's just chaining these frickin' things. I wouldn't call myself a healer, but yes, here we go. I'm a terrible healer. Does that count? See you around, Mockingbirds. Have a good one. Ding! Not the big ding. That's not the big one, but that is 79. And we're only 18,000 metal. Alright, no more chains, right? We're good. We're good. Let's go do this stupid quest. Suppose I... Hello, Zach Taft. I'm curious how your internet's going to get boosted, unless you just mean an install, an upgrade install, which usually involves flipping a switch. Elidibus is like, soon, yes. I know the lore runner will be here very soon. I have analyzed his patterns perfectly. Why is he fighting in Boja? And if the time compression is anything to go by, the amount of time I've spent here, literally years have passed back in the first. Okay. Oh, I can just go out. Oh no, it's some dudes. No, not dudes! My one weakness! It's still stupid, Valvidus. I'm never letting that go. There's time dilation, but only when the plot demands it. Sure. Are you two just sitting there? Okay. Of course it will remedy Sexion. No thoughts, Zygdeft. They exist. That's all I think. My apologies, Laura. Our preoccupation with the extraction device left us all but oblivious to their approach. It will not happen again. It's fine. No biggie. You alright? I heard screaming. An ambush by Garleans. Thankfully, Laura arrived before we came to harm. Another missed opportunity to see him in action. At least you're all unharmed. Leisha, have we our destination? Leisha? Picking up a huge rise of NRG 108 waves. It's definitely the place. Then let us begin. With your power combined. How much longer until its energies are fully restored? An excellent question, but unfortunately rather difficult to one to answer with certainty. Considering the high concentrations of ether it's absorbed thus far, I would imagine it has sufficient stores to suit our purposes. We must be mindful, however, that the naturally occurring ether of the location will take time to restore itself before we charge it again. Then I must be evil. I don't think that will be necessary. Evil. She even looks evil. Pardon? One false move and she dies. Yeah, no, hostage situations being what they are, I'm going to just attack you. Naturally, my character won't because my character's an idiot, but, you know. He probably hasn't studied hostage situations. Don't worry, I have need of you yet. Though if he refuses to stand down... No, I'd attack her gun. First thing. One upward swing. Don't back away. Oh, sorry, Makoto. I guess we're an idiot. I say, we are literally a gunbreaker. Come on. Whatever. I'm not going to chalk that up to cutscene incompetence, because, again, that is actually a very tricky, dangerous, horrifying situation. That's why hostage situations are a terrifying thing. But you don't just say, okay, I'll do whatever you do. That's like, of all the things you can do, that might literally be the worst thing you can do in a hostage situation, is whatever the hostage taker demands. Because everything they're going to demand is going to put them in a better bargaining position. And you in a worse one. Whatever. Let's figure out saving her. Even if this quest changes, I'm going to cut it off after this to go do the MSQ. This has already taken longer than I thought it would. Silly me, everything takes longer than I thought it would in this game. Urianje. That's like the best scene in Omega Legion. gods, she stole this focus crystal as well. Yes, she was pure evil all along. Listen, for the sake of our friend. Oh, and, Mikoto. We must rescue her. I fear we have little time to determine how and why we're trailed. Mikoto's rescue must be made a priority. Be that as it may, Misha has not been working alone. I need you to bring me a list of close acquaintances. It's time to witch hunt. Yes, sir. Witch hunt time. Oh, it totally is, Dakota. The choice is to accept the possible death, Lunaruth, and I'm sorry, but that is the truth of it. Because when it comes down to it, if your choices are try and fail and lose the hostage, or acquiesce and lose more than the hostage, then the former is the only option. This is why, one of many reasons why hostage situations are so terrifying and horrible. Because most likely, it's not going to turn out well. That's just how that is. The moment someone takes a hostage, things have officially become bad. And they are very unlikely to get back to being good. Yeah, no kidding, Omega Legion. Anyways, until we determine precisely where she's being held, I believe... Yeah, it is a Kobayashi Maru. That's exactly right. It's messed up. I believe what few resources we have would be best focused on storming Castrum Lacus Lator. Well, if you insist. That's true, that does happen in movies and stuff, Lunera. That is true. I can't argue that. It happens in games, too. We let them take the hostage, and then we go rescue the hostage. Meanwhile... I was kidding! I'm tired of sitting about. Who the heck is this guy? Why wait for reinforcements when we could wipe out the Bojin resistance off the board in one fell swoop, even with just the troops stationed here at the Castrum? They wouldn't stand a chance. You have already demonstrated the Albaleo? Gross insubordination by leading charges into the field against orders. Soldiers have been court-martialed for far less, and such behavior ill befits one of your station. I need not remind you our true objective is the subjugation of Dalmasca and the seizure of its resources, not to engage in petty skirmishes with Bojin curs. They will be dealt with in due course, but only once the Dalmascan resistance has been annihilated. True, Lunareth. What do you think you're talking to, boy? I know full well we need to bring Dalmasca to heel, and I've said from the beginning invading Bojin was a waste of time. The sooner we get this over with, the better. A waste of time, yet who was front and center during the invasion? I hope you have not forgotten the soldiers you sacrificed for the sake of this waste of time. Retaining our foothold here is essential to our plans. Now that Doma and Alamigo have reclaimed independence, the Bojans have been inspired to follow suit. Should they succeed, the Dalmascans will be next. We cannot hope to withstand a united front from all sides. Don't waste your breath, Albaleo. The only thing this rabid old dog understands is bloodshed. Watch your tongue, or it'll be blood that its blood will be shed next. Snarl at me all you like, but there's no escaping the truth. The Empire is doomed to fall, and before long the 4th Legion will have no home to return to. Your point being? If Gabranth is to build a new nation, a strong nation, for the greater good, we need to have regained control of these provinces. Well, you know our dear old boy Noah better than most. His name's even Noah. And I'm sure you've made plans of your own for this new nation he's building. I don't appreciate your tone. Are you implying I should betray his trust? Oh, would you stop? If anyone takes this pedantic pageantry more... If anyone hates this pedantic pageantry more than me, it's you. Perhaps, but so long as I have a hand to play, am I wrong to keep it? That's the way of it, huh? Fine. Stay here and hatch your schemes. My place is on the battlefield. Very well. That is your wish. But when the dust settles and the judgment bells toll, I pray you will be ready to answer for your transgressions. Shrug. Are you certain this is wise? A dog he may be, but he is not without his uses. I dare say there is none more loyal to Gabrant than the 4th Legion. What's more, he is not so foolish as to seek out the false glory of an honorable death in battle. He and his beasts should prove an adequate distraction for our enemies. In the meantime, I leave the castrum in your hands. Should the Bojans advance this far, I trust you will not disappoint me. I leave. Our scouts have yet to find her. We're done. 15,000 metal left, and a quest. I'm just going to look at it. I'm not actually going to do it. 3,000. So actually 12,000 metal left to go. Not too shabby. But let's go ahead and see that Rax really is a square. I've always suspected, but, you know, I guess I just hit this button. Alright, what am I doing? MSQ, which is here. 5.3. People have had a chance to stream in. I've finished my initial stuff. Let us go see what there is to be seen. Well, good, Dakota. I remember that being a ugh. What I'm up to, anyways. 6, 20, and nothing, and nothing. Where am I? Oh, I'm in the wrong spot. That's where I am. It's apparently over here. I was misreading the map. I like the thing Shepard would like them blacked out. Master Runner, will you be venturing forth today? Do be sure to take care, if so. Though they say the star shower was harmless, one can never be too careful. But I concede it is not for me to tell the warrior of darkness to look after himself. Old habits, you understand. Ah, Lord, how very opportune. I was going to say, that's Hildebrand. My greetings, my friend. Do you perchance have a moment to spare? Yeah, sure, what's up? Wonderful, wonderful. I wanted to thank you, you see, for revealing us the truth of the Warriors of Light. After all these years, your tale set the record straight, and finally people see them as the great heroes they were. Oh, the great hero. He is, in the case of Ardbert. You, too, were surprised to see him, I think? Remember this happened yesterday? It's okay. It was actually months in real life, so... At the time, I was not certain what to make of it, but I could see the effect his words had on those around me, and then the stars rained from the sky, and well, you know the rest. When the commotion died down, you were nowhere to be seen, but I was determined to express my gratitude, and so here I am. Thank you, Lore, for giving voice to the truth and restoring the Warriors of Light to their rightful place in history. Should you perhaps wish to save your accounts in these matters committed to writing, I would be more than willing to serve as your scribe. Indeed, if there is anything I can do to help, anything at all, you need only say the word. Remember those events of yesterday, aka months ago? So I'm getting it a pass. The situation in the city? You mean the people's awakening as warriors of light? Well, the question remains about the circumstances surrounding Ardbert's return. history tells us that what took place may not be entirely unprecedented. I remember it like it was yesterday. But to understand the context requires an understanding of Warriors of Light in the broader Vrangic context. If it please you, I will give you an overview. I flatter myself that I may give you a better grasp of what is occurring not only in the Crystarium, but in the world as large. Excellent. I shall return to the cabinet at once and look up the relevant text. Pray join me at your earliest convenience. Well, but... Okay. No rest for the righteous. Are those Nerf swords? No, those are umbrellas, aren't they? No, they wouldn't be umbrellas. They have no... They hadn't had rain until, like, a few weeks ago. No, whatever. See, they're like Nerf swords. You see these? It's kind of hanging out over there. Whatever, whatever. Right, right. Yeah. That's true, it's an anime. The Nerf swords actually hit like a truck. Excellent timing. I have but this moment finished gathering the materials for our lesson. As a great many works make reference to the Warriors of Light, I shall, with your permission, focus only on the details which seem most relevant. The Warriors of Light, you say? Forgive us, we couldn't help but overhear. What are the three of you? Never mind. We've been out keeping watch over the Crystarium, but appears business as usual. So I thought I'd spend some time brushing up on my knowledge of familiars. And Alphino volunteered to help. I actually came on a different errand, but I'd be interested in hearing about the Warriors of Light as well. May I join you? Only if you're voice acted. This is a voice acting only club. Go dub or go home. Of course, the more the merrier. If you would care to find a table below, I shall be down with the books in but a moment. No, I know. This was the COVID patch, and they had trouble and time, and I get it. I anticipate it'll be a bit before we get any voice acting. Were one to pore over the annals of Vrantic history, one would note the comparatively frequent recurrence of individuals hailed as Warriors of Light. Ardbert and his companions require no introduction, but many others bore the epithet long before them. To name but a few, there was Tulthwil, the legendary first king of Lakeland, Rodfert and Sollard, the fabled Drawn, and God's... Here's a bunch of names. They also are more templated, Lunaruth. And I know that sounds like a weird thing, but you remember how Takoida mentioned earlier that almost every cutscene has a lot of templated, canned animations? Most of this game is, and I don't mean this in a negative light, but most of this game is not what I would call as polished as WoW is when it comes to its cutscenes, or dungeons, or etc. Which means the WoW stuff takes longer, because that's what polish means. You go back over it, and then you go back over it, and then you go back over it. So WoW has less content released, whereas FF14 has less polished content released. That's all that really is. The list of Vrantic heroes would be complete without the Archmage Tuna of Ronka. In older texts, she too was called a Warrior of Light. Oh, and to be clear, that's not a judgment. Those are just different approaches. That's really all that boils down to. What do you want to do? Do you want to have, this, or do you want to have the WoW approach? And that is up to you. It really is your decision. Neither is better than the other. It's simply where they appropriate their time. It did surprise me how ready people were to forget the negative connotations of the title, but it makes sense if it's been around for centuries. Verily, in ages past it was simply a synonym for hero. In the wake of the Flood, however, light became regarded with fear. The title used not to exalt, but to revile. A far cry from its beginnings. This, my friend, is Cid, is Northrant's oldest epic, the original tale of the struggle between good and evil. In a time when all lay shrouded in darkness, a prophesied hero rose to deliver the world from its doom. Fighting in the name of the light, the hero styled himself its foot soldier, and thus became known as the Warrior of Light. Curiously, in the centuries that followed, other heroes appeared who claimed the selfsame epithet, despite sharing no discernible connection with their predecessors. And in time, Warrior of Light came to be a name accorded to all men and women of uncommon skill and valor. Oh wow, the plot thickens. As you know, the title of Warrior of Light is also used in the source. Though the manners in which individuals have earned it are many and varied, heroes have been honored thus since antiquity. Nor does the custom show any sign of dying out, as you can well attest. It does make you wonder, doesn't it? Surely can't be a coincidence. Indeed not. Let's imagine a man who has awakened to the echo and is able to hear Heidelin's voice. As she styles him, so does he style himself, a warrior of light. Of course, being blessed with the echo does not in itself make one a hero, and conversely, there have been no few heroes who are not blessed with it. But such distinctions are immaterial to the masses, and over time they began to use the title Warrior of Light and the word hero interchangeably. That sounds about right. It would be interesting to see if the theory holds true in other worlds, if crossing the rift were that easy. Yeah, I've been meaning to ask that. Can't we just do that now? I mean, it's not easy, and we need to have a target, and we need to have, like you can't just teleport to an unknown destination. But if we could find the other planets, couldn't we just go there? Specifically us, not the rest of the group. And here I was thinking I was special. But you are special, no matter how many warriors of light are out there. No one like you. At any rate, assuming all of this is true, then there's a common thread behind the epithet. I doubt the Asians will have been amused. To have a world at large associate with light, and by extension Heidelin with good, must have added insult to injury. Ahem. Oh, this discussion is undeniably fascinating. I wonder, should I be privy to it? Maybe if I've excused myself. Oh, I'm sorry. Pray accept our apologies. Your lesson on the Warriors of Light has given us much to ponder. Ooh, did someone say Warriors of Light? What? I'm sorry, what? Oh god, that'd be terrifying, Lunaroth. Riki Tio. Are you alright? She's adorable. My precious tomes. Did I not say you must take care in the cabinet? Look at her! Oh, look at her! You too, Arkell. Arwell. We're sorry, Master Moran. Aren't you? I'm nobody. Warrior of Darkness? My name's Riki Tio, and I want to help everyone. Please tell me what I have to do to be a hero, to be a warrior of light. Setting aside our misgivings, it would seem churlish to discourage the young lady. Let's see what she has to say. No harm done, to the children, at least. Even children want to become warriors of light. Children's inquisitive is to be commended, but my precious tomes. Do you remember me? When we returned from the sea with the Exarch, I asked how you became so strong. Sorry we knocked over the books. So I want to be a hero of light, warrior of light, but not one that fights with a sword and all that. I want to be the kind of fights with potions and heals. I want to be an apothecary. Okay, so here's how you do it. First, you reach out to Square and you say, make this class and make it like this. And I'm going to help everyone in the Crystarium. No, in all of Norvrent. When I told Urkel and Erwol this, they said the cabinet should have lots of tomes about potions. But this place is so big, and we don't have the faintest idea where to begin searching. At this rate, I'm not going to get anywhere. Well, if one knew where to look, one indeed should be able to find treaties on potions here. Even so, I fear they may prove difficult for one so young, but... Esteemed warrior of darkness, perhaps you might accompany the young Rikitio to Spagrix? These names are killing me. Rather than through tomes, I believe she stands to learn more by observing the Chirurgeons at their work. Sounds like a plan. Seems we're finished here, so we'll come with you. Well, last one there's Rotten Egg, that counts. I'll have you know I'm really fast. You're gonna be the Rotten Egg. I can teleport. Of course, they can too, apparently. Did you see that? Really faster with this. You know, the shame of it is WoW has a surprisingly well-designed Pokemon mechanic in it. I say it's a shame because they've kind of abandoned it. Like, they were doing this whole quest arc. Yes, a quest arc for the Pokemon stuff in WoW for a while there. And we're actually doing Pokemon dungeons for a while, which were awesome. And then they kind of stopped. And they also come out really infrequently. To continue to explain what I meant about the difference in content cycle. You see this? This is 6 characters I can talk to, completely separate from the main character, who just have a little bit of extra dialogue I can go through. WoW doesn't do that, generally speaking. So, you know, we can just be like, hey, what's up? 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 And get this extra little bit of dialogue here. Now, there are some exceptions, but I can't speak of any of them because all of them would be a spoiler. Probably Remedy Exec's gonna requit. Well, now, to what do we owe the pleasure of so many bright-eyed visitors? Is that the way of it, sweetie? We should learn about medicine? That's right, I want to become a warrior of light who uses potions to help people all over the world. Well, that's not a class yet. But don't worry. We'll have a class tomorrow. Or, I mean, in like a year, when 6.0 comes out. People need them here, sweetie. The guards who place themselves in harm's way keep us safe. The artisans who toil tirelessly that we may sustain our way of life. And younglings like you who are the future of Crystarium. They simply couldn't abandon them, so difficult though it was, they made the decision to remain. Does that mean my dream isn't any good? I mean, there are bad dreams. I'm just saying. Someday, I'm gonna be a rock star. Oh, sweetie. Hello, TSB. Yours is a wonderful dream, and it would be my pleasure to help you pursue it. We all work hard. The day will come when our Chirurgeons may set forth to aid folk in every corner of the realm. As we strive towards that day, I hope we can rely upon you as well. Though I must warn you, ours is not an easy path. No, you must work very hard. She's adorable! Look at her! Without further ado, may I entrust you to task? I have placed an order at Sweet Sea for a potion ingredient, and I would like you to collect it. An ingredient? Leave it to me, miss. Such an abundance of energy. But I can't help but wonder if she'll be all right by herself. Ah, it's fine, Rax, it's fine. When we kill Heidelin, everything will be fine. My apologies, but would you mind accompanying her? Nah, I got your back. I mean, we gotta kill Zodiark first, but then we'll kill Heidelin, and everything will be fine. What about the two of you? You're coming along too? Well, we do want to become warriors of light, but not the same as her. So we'll wait here. When you return, teach us how to blitz! I mean, fight! In that case, Reen and I will keep them company and take the opportunity to ask them about their aspirations. Yeah, she's a ninja and she's a red mage, so that's an interesting setup there. At least I think she's a ninja. See, he's learning to be a warrior of light already. He's already got the... where am I? Oh, she's a rogue. She's not even a class yet. Pathetic. Spit, spit, spit. Look, Heidelin might not be evil, but she does kind of need to die, one way or the other. Especially if we're killing Zodiark, which we probably agree she does actually need to die, so... yeah. On the plus side, die in this case may mean, you know, disseminating all of that ether that made them up, which may really help some of the planets. That's true, she might Omega Legion, I'll give you that. That is a possibility. The ingredients still want for harvesting, so we're doing that now. Aww. Where is she? Where is she? Where is she? What is on your shoulder? Careful. I think it's a skull eater. Are these small enough? Oh god. That's probably exactly what's going to happen, Remedy Zexion. We'll get rid of Zodiark and Heidelin, and it turns out the two of them, combined, were the only things keeping Lavos at bay. He's in the Warrior of Darkness himself. May I assume you're with Master Alphino? Yeah, kinda. Right, lest you wonder, Chisamil's order is for grapes. As busy as we've been of late, however, I regret to say we didn't have the time to harvest them. So it was with apologies I asked Master Alphino and his young companion to help themselves to the fruits and the vines. Perhaps you could lend them a hand? It's the undersized grapes you'll want to pick. They're too small for normal consumption, but suitable for making wine and medicine. Dude, I meme and joke a lot on this channel, but to make it very clear, my theory about Lavos is legitimate. I really do actually think there's a Lavos entity out there. It's probably not Lavos himself. That would just be too cool. And we can't have that kind of cool stuff in this game. But I do think there is a Lavos class entity out there, and that's what has been causing basically everything in the entire history of the entire game. Here, I got some grapes for you, kiddo. It's Lavos' brother, Soval! I think there's actually a Vulcan named that. Oh, you picked this many already? Amazing. I dare say we have enough between us. Shall we take them back to Chesamil? I can't wait to see what she's going to do with them. Well, that's the learning process. Tell me, what made you want to become an apothecary of light? See you around, Lunarith. Why? Well... A while ago I fell sick. Really sick. My body was burning up and I felt so weak I couldn't even get out of bed. Then a traveling apothecary came by and gave me a potion. It was the foulest thing I'd ever tasted. It was called Dayquil. But it made me get better. She was so brave. The apothecary, I mean. She went around to take care of people even when it was dangerous, and I decided I wanted to help people just like her. So I started brewing potions out of grass and giving them to friends, but I didn't really know what I was doing or if there was anything else I could do. Then, not long ago, a neighbor told me he was going to become a warrior of light and go traveling with people and helping people. Traveling the world and helping people. And I thought, that's what I want to do. I see. Out of curiosity, what did your neighbor do in the end? Thaler? I haven't seen him for a while, so he must be out there looking for people to help. Yep, her neighbor was Thaler. One of the guards awakened by the star shower. Thank you for sharing your tale with us, Rikitio. I myself took inspiration from the one not unlike your traveling apothecary, and I hope her good example will spur you on to realize your dreams. But it will not be done in a day. Such lofty goals are reached through hard work and persistence, through countless little acts of heroism, like delivering the grapes to Chesimimo. It would seem I have been laboring under a misapprehension. I convinced myself it was Elidibus who had sowed the desire to become warriors of light within the hearts of the people. But now I see the impulse to aid their fellow man abided them within them from the first. Elidibus did no more than give it a name. And yet directing people will never change anything, will it? And so he kindly proclaimed we must return to our own world ere long. With the Exarch laboring tirelessly, I doubt not that a way will be found. Yet I believe I speak for all of us when I say I cannot in good conscience, not until we have dealt with Elidibus. This is no longer a strange and distant land, after all. Norvrent has become a home to us, her people, and our own. Let us return to Spagrix. It wouldn't do to keep your admirers waiting. I'm trying to find the exact reference. It is in the wiki. A mysterious sound emanated from the depths of their star, causing the ancients to lose control of their magic, unleashing monsters formed from their subconscious fears. Now that is it. That is pretty much the extent of the knowledge about this. They do reference in the dungeon, I want to say. No, it was right before the dungeon. They mention another town that isn't Amarat, where they're having issues with it. But to be clear, that's only one of 3 big reasons why I'm thinking Lavos. That's reason 1. Sound within causes their magic to go nuts. Reason number 2, I've actually already mentioned, if you remember. Lavos, from a thematic perspective, is a very alien thing. That's the whole point of Lavos, is that it is a completely alien entity, a parasitic invader that has nothing to do with the planet, which I think would be a very thematic fit, given that the overwhelming majority of the stuff we've been dealing with has all been internecine. You know, Hydaelyn and Zodiark are internal issues from this planet. The third reason... I can't remember right now. What's the third reason? There is a third reason. Yeah, Omega and the dragons are kind of it. There's Omega, there's the dragons. There's probably Ultima. To my knowledge, we still don't know what she is. A crass potion. Oh, that was it. Sorry, there is a third reason. The third is from a purely analytical perspective, though, so ignore everything else for a moment. The idea is that there's 2 general possibilities from a broad perspective of what happened, right? It was something that was inevitable, that would have happened eventually, no matter what, from within. This is the Forbidden Planet story arc, right? Star Trek also does this exact same story arc a lot. In other words, once a single grain of sand goes on the scale, it just starts inevitably snowballing in that direction. So that's option 1. Option 2, and TV Collapso just mentioned this in chat, Option 2 is an external thing. Put that first grain of sand there. So, internal, external. And so, from what I have seen, it doesn't feel like they're going internal, and that's my third reasoning. So it feels like it's an external threat, Lavos would be an appropriately alien thing, and the sound. There's the 3 reasons. If I end up being right, mwahaha. If I end up being wrong, it won't surprise me, because I am not always that great at predicting these story arcs. Like, I didn't think they would kill off Varys so quickly and easily, for example. Thank you for helping me with the grapes, Warrior of Darkness. In return, I promise to brew you a potion one day. Aww. She is adorbs. My thanks for your help, sweetie. We now have all the ingredients we require. From the grapes we shall make vinegar, to which we will add elf grass and a few other herbs to produce an invigorating syrup. Although unspeakably sour, it does wonders for the constitution. As part of her studies, I may just have to give Riki Tio a little taste. Evil laughter. Warrior of Darkness, if you finished helping her, won't you show us fighting? Not play fighting, but honest fighting? I swear to God, if you get possessed by Shiva... We have already seen some enemies you can deal with. Vampire bats! The guards say they become a pest around the Crystarium of late. We tried to sneak outside to hunt them, but the guards caught us and sent us home. But they wouldn't mind if you were fighting, and we were just watching. The children told us as much while you were away, and in preparation, Chesamil kindly furnished us with some lures for the bats. When did it come out on PC, I heart Moda? Because that would be the answer. While the creatures won't give you any sport, bear in mind the younglings will be watching. That is to say, put on a good show, yeah? I will say this. It is indicative of Square's overall policy right now, that despite that so many of their PC ports, kind of suck. The only reason the Chrono Trigger port got ported, got improved at all was because of the fact that it was Chrono Trigger. Now, if you don't understand what I'm saying, let me try to say this a different way. The ridiculously, massively popular and successful Chrono Trigger port was what was required for them to fix the damn port. And it was kind of crap to begin with, which doesn't speak well either. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Squirrels for Brains makes no damn sense, because every now and again, they will do something just absolutely amazing. And then every now and again, they'll do something absolutely bonkers. And they will do everything in between. I do not understand Square Enix's reasoning half the time. I really don't. I don't even try to predict what they're doing anymore at this point in my life. As the name suggests, vampire bats feed off of blood, and originally being nocturnal creatures, they've grown more active with the return of night and become a nuisance. To draw them out, we use Chesamil's lures, which work by exploiting their heat-seeking behavior. The bats are wont to nest under the eaves, so you're likely to attract more if you place the lures near buildings. I have 6 lures, 3 each for you and me. As proof of a successful kill, I want to gather up their fangs. Whoever collects the most is the winner. No kidding, Rasulisa. Oh, you're hunting too? Yes, well, there's nothing like friendly competition to bring out the best in lore. Anyway, Alize, while we hunt the bats, the 2 of you are to stay with Reen. She's really strong too, and will keep you safe. Isn't she, super weak? Yeah, she even recoiled at that. Let the contest begin. You got this, Reen. Don't mind us, we'll be watching from a safe distance. Oh, okay. Good morning, Black Bow. No, this makes perfect sense. This is the kind of stuff I would do. I mean that sincerely. Okay, we've built up the big, violent confrontation with the Death Doom. Bring it down for a moment. Yeah, this is pacing, exactly. Bring it down for a moment. Let's see what's going on in the everyday. And there's two general directions. They could either have an escalation, or they could have a shock moment. I would probably go a shock moment here. Now, everything's normal, everything's kind. And then something big happens. It doesn't have to be shocking. You know, it doesn't have to be Call of Duty. But there does have to be something. And in so doing, that then leads to the main plot. Yeah, we don't have to literally have a bomb to kill a child for shock value, which had no shock value at all. Modern Warfare 3. That's not even a spoiler. It's such a dumb scene. Just in the middle of the game, out of absolutely nowhere, they're like, hey, here's a kid. And then they go back to the rest of the game as if nothing happened. It's the cheapest, schlockiest shock value thing I have ever seen in my life. I'm actually not joking about that. They literally pause the narrative to go be like, hey, hang on, go be shocked for a second. Okay, now let's get back to the story. It was not led up to, except for like 2 lines of dialogue in the previous mission, and it never has any impact after that mission. Sorry, that really bothers me. And yeah, as soon as the scene starts, because apparently Michael's played this game, as soon as the scene starts, you know exactly what's happening. It's like, oh, okay, they're gonna blow up the kid. I'm not even going to share the other shocking moments in previous Call of Duty games, because those are properly built up. And, you know, would be spoilers. This is why I bang on so much about presentation, and why I never feel bad about giving pluses to presentation. Because presentation can salvage a lot. Well thought, Lord. The children were hanging on our every move. As was I, to be honest, though I know the tally. May I see your fangs for good measure? Yeah, sure, here you go. Apologies for the wait. My fangs. Not a bad haul, even if I do say so myself. Six, 7 fangs from Alizé. No, I have not, Ciela. I honestly didn't have time this morning, and I suppose I could do it right now. I'll do it if we have a cutscene with voice acting, because I gotta read these. Which means victory goes to Alizé. Lore collected 4. I did it. I bested Lore. In another God's damned life. You didn't even try, did you? There I was taking it seriously. Spare me your pity next time, will you? I was literally just thinking the closest spots. I noticed the comment about the you need to get under the buildings thing, but I was just like, I'll just use these nearby ones. So, children, you've seen the Warrior of Darkness in action. What are your impressions? He's incredible, miss. The bats were down before they knew it. Our guards are strong, but the Warrior of Darkness is much, much stronger. We want to be just like him. First, you have to grow about 5 more feet. Good. So if you're looking for an example to emulate, you may as well pick the best. That can cause issues. I want you to remember how you felt when you watched Lore and train hard. Keep at it for a long time, and you'll be strong too. If you don't mind telling us, when did you decide you wanted to become Warriors of Light? Well, we were listening when Ardbert appeared, but I've wanted to be strong since before I came to the Crystarium. The Sin Eaters killed my father, and my sister, see, and I promised I'd learn how to protect people someday. Like Ardbert said, this is our home. We're the ones who have to protect it. We're the ones who have to rise up as new Warriors of Light. What about you, Arkil? I'm not sure what I want to do. But everyone else is doing it, so, you know. But if my friends were in trouble, I knew I would want to help them. And I want to go on adventures, see the world. Yeah, adventurer in most settings where it exists is a very popular vocation. In some settings, this is funny, because adventurer is a mulching vocation. And if you don't understand what I mean by mulching, High turnover rate. Not a lot of adventurers retire. It's hard to explain, but it's something I felt when I saw the star shower the other day. I felt as though there was something I'd lost and I had to go out there to find it. Well, for the both of you, there's nothing for it but to train. When we return to the city, I'll teach you some exercises you can do by yourselves. Thanks for showing us your fighting skills. We'll never forget. Then they died. Screaming! I agree, though, Rowdy Retro Moose. Honestly, I specifically predicted back when FF14, when they announced they were redoing FF14, I was like, oh. And that was my actual, it was just disdain. Yeah, right. You're not going to take FF14 and turn it into a good game. There's no way. So I will eat my crow on that one. I was astonishingly wrong. The star shower didn't awaken me to Heidelin's voice, but the vision of the final days of Amarant burning filled me with sadness to the very pit of my being. Yeah, Anthem will never get better. And in fairness, Anthem probably will not actually get better. For all of Square Enix's squirreliness, the fact is that they do usually actually put some weight behind their developers. You know, the greatest creator in the world can only do so much if they have no support, right? Yeah, Avengers will probably also go the route of Anthem on that one. As an effect of having a fractured soul, I shouldn't doubt, but lest you worry, I'm perfectly happy to remain fractured and have no intention of donning an Asian mask. I just wish we knew what Elidibus was plotting. But look at this pair of incurable brooders. If we're going to stand around lost in thought, we may as well do it back in the city. But I like the violet trees. Rest assured, Reen and I will take the children from here. Their heads will be in the clouds after meeting you, but we'll see to it their feet remain firmly planted on the ground. Well, see, that I can predict companies and games with relative accuracy, Michael. Relative accuracy. That's one of the reasons Square is so frustrating to me, because I look at Square and it's like, is FF16 going to be good? Just a dizzy spell. Seems I tried a little too hard to beat you. I'm fine. Not to worry. I'll see you soon. I mean, hell's bells. Wait, what? Okay. I couldn't even tell you that Shadowbringers was going to be good. And you're probably thinking, what? Why? Well, Heaven's Word was great, right? Like, I think most of us can agree on that. Both gameplay and story-wise, it was a demonstrable step up. Then Stormblood came out. And I know we all rag on Stormblood, but I want to be very clear about this. I quit this game over Stormblood, and so did 2 of my friends. That's not a meme. That's not a joke. Stormblood actually pushed me out of FF14. So I really wasn't predicting Shadowbringers would be as amazing as it has been. It is ironic that the worst leveling stretch right now, in my personal opinion, is 60 to 70. It's probably coincidental, but, you know.
Why am I Was it you who called me here?
Well, that's interesting. Now? Heidelin, your timing sucks. On behalf of the Convocation, I bid you welcome to our order. At times you will stand with us, and at times you will stand against us. All that you might steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. For yours is the seat of Elidibus, the emissary, and by this name shall your every action be guided.
So you peered into my memories. No matter. You will have found little of import. But I see you intended to summon me here no more than I intended to come. The fault is mine. Such is the burden of hope.
Oh, those are interesting choices. Which one would you pick, guys? And... Explorer just crashed. One moment. It does that a lot in Windows 10, I've noticed. Hopefully we're still here. Are we back? We're back. Okay. Take two. Sorry, I was pulling something up in the background because I was going to set out that, notification. And Explorer crashed. Anyways. A lot of people pick 2. So, 2 we shall pick. He's not going to answer 3, and he doesn't care about 1. So I'm with 2 as well.
I merely avail myself of such tools as I require for the conflict to come. That which I do is no different from that which you have done so many times, Warrior of Darkness. I arm myself, I hone my skills, I make ready to vanquish my enemy. You. You who have murdered my brothers, who have taken their selfless labors in service to the one true world and turned them to ash. I see you for what you are. You are death, and only in death shall you serve any purpose.
Guys, I think he knows I'm the Lich King.
The Convocation charged me to steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. As Elidibus, it is my duty, and I shall see it done. I will strike you down. Destroy you body and soul. All else must wait. Ere long I will come for you, Warrior of Darkness, and I will save the world. One last matter. I bore witness to your final struggle with Emet-Selch. It seemed as if he saw something familiar in you. As if he mistook you for another.
Hythlodaeus called me his new old friend.
No. I recall not of whom he spoke. Mayhap I never knew you. Or mayhap it is another fragment lost.
Ah, I wasn't aware you already had a guest. If the conversation is constructive, I shall not intrude. But if you seek to stir up trouble, Elidibus, then I must insist you leave at once.
Though you lack her blessing, your soul is surprisingly dense.
So, I kind of mentioned this in the previous quest, but you'll notice that the crystal is spreading. Very, what was it, digital virus or whatever that Cable had. Thank you, Zlartek, for the sub. I'll put it towards Minish Cap. Thank you.
Worry not. I seem to be unharmed.
The technovirus, that was it.
This. This is my own doing. The consequence of my recent exertions. It is the Tower's way of compensating me for the demands I have placed on it. Rest assured, it is no great inconvenience at present. Indeed, I told Beck Lug as much, but they would not be persuaded and sent me away to rest. No need to make a fuss. Strange as it may sound, I consider it something of a badge of honor. One of the brave souls who saw me delivered unto the first once said that the world shall ever have a place for tales of heroism so long as we have need of inspiration in our lives.
This is an interesting remix.
Though he and his fellows had no way of knowing whether their mad scheme would amount to anything, they knew that the attempt alone would inspire hope. Or so they hoped. A more optimistic lot one would be hard-pressed to find. They said they would find a means to save our God's forsaken world, just as soon as they had sent me on my way. Said it with such confidence that, for a fleeting moment, I half believed them. Such faith, such courage in the face of unrelenting despair. For a long time, it was more than I could bear to remember them. But having come this far, having sent full many on their way myself, I see things more clearly. To take action is to hope. To believe, to choose to believe, is to take the first step towards a brighter future. And why do I tell you this? Because I want you to indulge me in a little recklessness. Needless to say, I have a plan. And when all is said and done, I will ask yet another favor of you.
You're both here. Oh, thank goodness.
What's wrong?
It's Thancred. He's collapsed.
As I say, Graha, I know red and blue work well together, but maybe you shouldn't put that many red flags on you there, buddy. It happened after Alize and I saw the children back to Spagyrix? God, I don't know. Bob's. We chanced to meet Thancred there, returning from his mission. He'd been shadowing Elidibus across the realm, only we lost sight of him near the Crystarium. He was in the middle of telling us where he'd been when he just crumbled to the ground. The surgeons are looking after him now, with Alphinaud standing by, just in case his healing magics are needed. Since I couldn't do anything to help, I thought it best to find you, and the guard at FFXIV told me where to look. I see, it cannot have been easy leaving Thancred's side. My thanks for bearing word to us. Come, let us head to Spagrix. So, who asked the FF14 question? Oh, looks like it Von Falkenstein did. Whee! Ugh, I didn't need those legs. Interesting rule in this game, by the way. You technically you can't die from falling damage unless you're in combat. It's a very unusual rule, but I do like it, because it means you can just jump off things like I just did. Anyways. FF14, I don't want to say references, but it's more like reimagines is probably the word I want to use. It looks at the Crystal Tower and says, okay, well, let's use that. It's the kind of thing I tend to enjoy doing mentally, and indeed have started doing professionally with the Star Trek Rewrite project. I take what is already there and I say, well, hang on, what else can we do with it? And I make something new out of it. It's a form of remixing. That has happened to me as well, Final Cloud. Jump off. Ah! Oh god, that one thing angered me right as I jumped. Ugh. Yeah, the Evilise raids are probably the most clear-cut example of the reimagining thing, because it's pretty much all the same names, and in many cases the same visuals, but it is a completely separate area with a completely separate story. Even the connecting threads aren't quite the same. They dragged you here too, did they? My apologies. How do you feel? Embarrassed, but well enough. I won't be staying overnight. This episode was not the result of any injury I could find. Thancred's ether did show signs of instability, so I did what I could to calm the fluctuations. I'm sorry, I gotta interrupt here, because I want to get this out before I forget it again. This is the third time I wanted to talk about this. You guys don't mind if I talk about the lore for just a second, do you? One of the things that I really like, I'd be cool with an Evilise expansion, is a lot of settings have healing magic, but very few of them explain how the healing magic works. And I don't know if FF14 has explained it, so this could just be me being an idiot, but given the nature of the setting, it makes a lot of sense that healing magic literally just refills someone's supply of ether. Now, if you don't understand why I'm bringing that up, if you really sit back and think about how healing spells work, you think, oh, well, you just heal. Your health goes up. But that doesn't work that way, right? There's no health to go up in real life. It doesn't function that way. So, you know, how do you make it actually happen? How does it know what to do? How does it know when to stop? Some things do a form of reversion. Some do like a mental imprint on things. You know, you get the general idea here. Guys, I need more people to tell me the White Mage quests go into detail. Please feel free to do so. Which I won't be doing until I don't even know when at this point. My White Mage is like level 50. Anyways. But I love the idea, which I'm apparently incredibly wrong about it, because they do actually go into it, that the casting ether into someone literally replenishes the store of what their body is. So in order to refill, you know, you get cut, that matter needs to come from somewhere, and the energy to push that matter back into there to heal it has to come from somewhere. And in this setting, it's just straight up ether, because ether powers and ether manifests as well. It's just a really cool way, if they do it this way, of course, of explaining how healing magic actually works, which, again, most settings don't even bother. Sorry. I mention it because given this circumstance and given what's going on with, you know, I'm injured and I fell apart and our bodies are actually over there, it makes sense that healing magic would still affect them because of the fact that what's happening is their manifested forms literally need ether in order to continue manifesting, and ergo would actually require ether to be funneled into them in order to heal them. So it functionally is the same thing. That's the direction I was thinking of. All this happened without warning? Not exactly. You will doubtless recall the time Urianger nearly drowned and I gallantly went to his rescue. Yes, I do recall that. When his water walking failed, he was tired, and so were you when you got back. Yeah, that's also why raise cannot raise the dead. That's exactly right, Remedy Zexion. It's actually an in-lore explanation for why it's not life. Well, thank you, Hasdus. I'm still working on it, but yeah. But yeah, because it doesn't work that way. There's nothing there to receive the ether. But someone who's downed, as I like to call it, yeah, sure, you could just refill their restores, and they can get back up, right? Or a coma, or whatever you want to call it in universe. Anyways, we were both spent, on account of which you begged us to rest, which in retrospect may have been a good idea. The fact is, I've been experiencing regular bouts of lightheadedness ever since, but there's no actual fainting until now. As Alphino observed, I have no lingering injuries, and it most assuredly isn't old age, which leaves only one likely cause. The link between body and soul is weakened further. Yeah, can we fix this problem? Time grows short. We must complete the spirit vessel with all haste. To that end, might I trouble you to make a trip to the source? In addition to looking on our friends' bodies, I would have you consult Kryl about our plan. If she has any concerns, we should at least endeavor to address them prior to proceeding. In the meantime, we should get back to laying bare Elidibus's plot. Thus far, I've learned this much, that in each of the places he'd visited, there have been sightings of suspicious, black-clad strangers. Moreover, the coming of these shady individuals has invariably coincided with some manner of misfortune. Beasts terrorizing settlements, blight ravaging crops, you know the thing. All of which serves rather conveniently to make his call for new heroes reverberate more loudly in the hearts of his audience. And you think these are Ascians. Lesser Ascians, probably, but yeah. And I fully intend to investigate further, though for that I shall require additional feet on the ground. You can count on mine. Lord knows I've been itching to get out there for a while. Mayhap Urianger can be prevailed upon to join in the efforts. He's already provided copious guidance in the matter of the spirit vessel's construction. It's for Beck Luck and I to wrestle with the rest. Well, if you can spare the old boy, you might as well make use of him. I'll go give him the good news. You'll do no such thing. However heedless you are of your own well-being, if you care at all for Reen's feelings, you're going to stay in bed until you're needed. Alphino and I will find Urianger. All being well, we will have news to share by the time you return. Safe travels, Lore. Thank you, Dragon. For 40 months. One of my oldest. One of my most awesome. Thank you. Shantae, Witch. There's 2 on the books right now, I believe. At least I think there are. I could be wrong. Half Genie. You got it. Yeah, no kidding, Rex. Lest you misunderstand, I'm not averse to putting my feet up. It's being coddled that chafes. I knew you'd cross the rift all the time, but please take care. Pray return to the Rising Stones. Oh, I know, Hazardous. We're up to, looks like 10 so far? I get a zzz every, like, 30, 40 seconds at this point. That's pretty usual. Most people who respond to the Patreon posts respond within a few hours of when I push it up. Like 90% of the people who are going to respond the first day. Very few people respond after that. What excellent, I mean, awful timing. We'll panic for food. My friends, they've taken a turn for the worse. Yeah, I kind of guessed that. By the way, if you don't get the point of that meme, so back in FF11, the /panic emote for the Tataru, or the Taru? God, I actually forget what they were called back then. I think it was Taru. Was really cute. It is Taru, I'm right. And it's still cute, but my point is, it was so cute that people would, without exaggeration, actually do it and get tips for it. Like, people would just go out and be like, ah, and they would get tips, you know, Gil, for doing it. Now, that stopped relatively quickly, but when the game came out, that was actually a thing, and it kind of turned into a meme. Anyways, Kryle's hardly had moments rest past these few days. Yeah, we really need to get on this. She didn't want anyone to worry, so we've been keeping quiet. But you listen to me. I call myself a receptionist, and I haven't even bothered to ask you why you're here. Yeah, I'm here about them. Things are going worse. So they think the spirit vessel will be ready soon. They want to make sure there's no problems at this end. Better talk to Kryle. She's with the others in Dawn's respite. Let's go see her. Just prepare yourself, okay? I don't think I want to see Thancred naked. Here we go. This is it. I'm ready.
Excuse us. This way.
I was actually just thinking how stressful this has got to be for Kryle, who is probably doing near non-stop healing and preservation magics on them right now. Like, rotating, you know? Probably should actually have a team of people in here doing this.
I would rather you hadn't seen this.
I'm sorry. We have urgent tidings.
Oh, no, I'm not angry with you. On the contrary, I know full well how hard everyone has been searching for a way to return home. And I had hoped to afford you the time you needed. But given our friend's present state, perhaps it was for the best that you came. Stiff and cold, all of them. As if they were made of wax, barely alive at all.
I actually had the exact same thought. The last thing we want is Garlean spies of any of the factions to find out.
They had been doing so well. Save for occasional signs of etheric instability, they appeared to be in passable health.
So that's what Elidibus is doing. Huh. That's clever.
Then, quite without warning, things took a turn for the worse. A change for which even Master Matoya could offer no explanation. She could only remind me that the soul is yet an unknown frontier, and that much and more lies beyond our ken.
If I can jump in here really quick. I keep calling ourselves a Star Destroyer, right? But I mentioned this yesterday, and it bears repeating. A Star Destroyer is useless without support staff. Right? The best artillery cannon in the world is meaningless if you can't hit your target with it. No FF7 joke intended. That's a real-life parallel. So, yeah, you see where I'm thinking this with regards to Elidibus shoving the Scions to distance us from our support network. We did, after all, take down Emet Selk with their help. plus some extra help, but still. And I was thinking about this too. I keep banging, I'm never going to give up the idea that we're super powerful. It's not happening. But I was thinking about it. It's like writing for Superman if he wasn't so fast. Hear me out for a second. Because the one thing that really makes Superman ridiculous is his speed. He is literally faster than some of the Flashes have been, for God's sakes. And that pushes all his other... It basically acts as a magnifier for all his other powers. If you took away Superman's ridiculous speed, he would still be very strong. But all of a sudden, he would be much more limited. And that's kind of what we are in this. We are very strong, but we can only be in one place at a time. We can only do so much at a time. We do have our limits, right? So, I don't know, that comparison hit me last night when I was doing something. I was talking to Pax, I think. I was like, you know... Anyways, sorry, continuing.
But let's not lose heart just yet. At times like these, it is all the more important that we remain positive. Why? I but this moment succeeded in quelling a fluctuation in Thancred's ether.
Ahem.
And while the others have weakened, they have remained relatively stable. I believe I may leave my post for a moment.
We are going to tell her about what happened with Thancred, right? I mean, if nothing else, for information.
Let me hear your tale outside.
Well, I think the point of the non-teleport thing is that we can't do what the Ascians can do. Frankly, we can't do what the organization can do in Kingdom Hearts, which is effectively true teleportation. You pick a destination, you don't need an anchor, you don't need a hearth spot, you don't need anything. You just go to a spot, right? That's true teleportation, which is also very overpowered, by the way. By contrast, we have a neat tool, but pretty limited. And again, none of this is a complaint, to be very clear. I stand by my statement. We are Superman without the speed. Very strong, but still limited. And that's one of the reasons I like this story so much. Do you know how hard... I've said this before already this very week. Do you know how hard it is to write well for a Superman character? But I think they've managed it brilliantly, my opinion. Like, I keep calling myself a Star Destroyer. It's not really a meme. It's just, I mean, I say it memingly, but I mean it, you know? Hell, even a Star Destroyer is meaningless unless you know how to use it. How many times have Star Destroyers been lost to idiocy or stupidity? Or incompetence, right? Anyways. Work on the spirit vessel proceeds apace, but our friends begin to falter. As they themselves have observed, the link between body and soul has weakened. It's as simple as that. For now, I'm able to quell the fluctuations, but it's only a matter of time. We'll lose them if we don't act soon, so if the Exarch is ready to attempt something, let him attempt it. As for this vessel itself, if we seek to draw upon a login wisdom, we could do worse than consult an expert in the field. And I think I know just the man, if it's Nero, I swear to God. Time being against us, it may be best if I go and solicit his aid in person, even if it does mean leaving my patience. I could do it. Just I hate Nero. Laura, could you spare a moment while Kryl goes and finds this expert of hers, I mean? Exactly, Cashel. There's a gift I was hoping to send to our friends in the first, you see. And since we might be waiting a while, I was wondering if you wouldn't mind giving me a hand with it. We are kind of Vader-ish, yeah. Very powerful, but still limited. My first attempt turned out well, so I'm going to make it properly. I'll be in the kitchen in the House of Splendor, so meet me there. Okay. I'd better be off too. I'll see you soon, either here or at the house, depending on how our patients fare in my absence. And they're dead. God, I hope not. Although, I was thinking of something else last night, because I like to think creative exercises because it's entertaining and I'm a geek. So I was wondering if someone came to me with the mandate. Lore, you're writing for FF14. Kill one of the main characters. Now, you know me, I don't like to kill a character by mandate, but that's why this is a creative challenge. So, you have to kill someone. It thus has to mean something. You have to make something of it. It has to have some relevance. So I posit the question to you. Whom do you kill? And, of course, why? I was right. Hello, Alpha. Hello, Omega. Here you are, Laura. As you've guessed, this is a bit of home cooking. Unlike Kryl, I can't do much to help our friends directly, but that doesn't mean I've been idle. No, I've been doing my best for the Order, taking on this job and to keep the coffers full. I've even helped out with the Ishgardian restoration. And of course, of this, my culinary skills have come on quite a bit. So I thought, why not make something for our friends? It's... Oh, excuse me, it's baking in the oven even as we speak. It shouldn't be long now. Yeah, Twitch has been weird for the better part of a week at this point. I don't know what it's up to. Baked to perfection, if I do say so myself. It's bread! Wait a minute, it's sliced bread. Not just any bread. This is old world bread. Archon loaf, to be precise. That's what they eat over in Charlayan. Charlayan? Simple fare, I admit, but I thought it would remind our friends of home. If nothing else, Kryl tells me it's a good source of ether. So it should lend them a bit of strength, at least. Nothing truly like the smell of bread fresh from the oven. Hi, Kryl. And Rambros! I trust you require no introductions, Lore. Greetings, my friend. Full glad am I to see you well. I confess I have mauled along a list of questions to ask you, but I will endeavor to contain my curiosity for the present. I understand our mutual friend is struggling with the application of certain Elagan technologies. I may have been keeping Rambros apprised of events in the First. Suffice to say, he knows about the Exarch. If anyone here can provide insight into the matter, it is him and his fellow sons, and von Falkenstein. Loath am I to disappoint you after so glowing an endorsement. Memory transference was the sole province of Elagan royalty, its mechanisms closely guarded secrets. If any record of them remains, we have yet to find it. To wit, I regret I can offer no solution to your problem, which begs the question of why I bother to come here, empty-handed as I am. The answer being rather brazenly to ask a favor. I would have you relay a message to our comrade. Tell him we never doubted him. Never doubted he would achieve all he said he could. Those of us who remained behind have yet to play our part. But when the time comes, he may rest easy in the knowledge that we will most assuredly do. And then the tower shall shine once more as a beacon of hope in this world and beyond. So tell him we consider his duty done, and he should follow his heart now. Forgive me, but do you say this to discourage him from overexerting himself, or to encourage him from holding nothing back? And that's for our friend to decide, but either way, I dare say a certain someone will be unimpressed. Well, there you have it. If you'd be so good as to see Rambro's message and Tataro's bread, along with my report. Yeah, sure. Kryl, before I wrap the bread up, would you mind giving it a try? Just to make sure everything's as it should be. Of course, I'm always happy to lend my taste buds. Excuse me, Rambros, as a fellow Charlayan, may I trouble you for your opinion? Well, I usually have mine with a good dollop of Rollenberry jam, but I suppose plain is best for sampling purposes. Why? Everybody says. I see. Oh no, is it that bad? It is indeed. Tense and unpleasant. Exactly as it should be! Just so, the very taste of home. As you might expect, our countrymen have amassed a wealth of culinary wisdom from every corner of the world, but our native cuisine is, shall we say, a little lacking. In Charlayan, the majority regard food as a source of nourishment rather than enjoyment. Save for those few we actually research the culinary arts, we pay little heed to the niceties of taste and texture. It was against such a gastronomic landscape that is now called the Archon Loaf, was born the creation of an Archon who devoted himself to the study of bodily sustenance. In order to maximize nutritional value, he incorporated copious quantities of pulverized fish and vegetable matter into the dough, all with nary a care for those qualities which make bread enjoyable. The result is a flavor that continues to defy description. For its many shortcomings, the loaf's nutritional value cannot be denied, and being a damnably convenient way to cater to one's bodily needs, it quickly found an audience amongst busy scholars. Why, when I was a lad, nigh every meal was a sandwich made with this very bread and whatever. Ingredients happened to be on hand. I suspect just about every Archon could say the same. Having been away from home for so long, I might have forgotten the taste, but no, it's too familiar. Ah, how it takes me back. If there's enough, maybe you could spare some for the Exarch? He's certain to appreciate it. Well, there's plenty to go around. Lore, when you deliver the loaf, make sure to send everyone my regards. Tell them we're doing everything we can and we'll be praying for their safe return until the moment they get back. Thank you, Von Falkenstein, for the donation. As always. I know that game, so I don't have to worry about the streamability, so I'll just add it to the list. No, don't eat it! Rax, no, don't! You don't understand! You don't understand! And then Scion donated. Are any of those on the list? Well, first, let me say thank you, Scion. Thank you. I do, as always, appreciate, sir. Thank you. I guess I'll do it right now. Sorry, Valvedrix, I gotta pause the stream. Hit the stream brakes. That's what I thought. None of those are on the list. Okay. Hang on. In a second, as it is. If you're okay with me adding the Redux version, I'll add Metro 2033. Okay. As for Last Light, the same question with Last Light. Why do you keep adding horror games? Like, actually, do you mind explaining? I'm actually curious. If you don't mind my asking. Metro is a FPS, which is not a horror game. But Sunless Skies is a horror game. Alphino. Giga. That is... Actually, it's kind of been having the opposite effect so far. Never I'm getting closer and closer and closer to just thinking I'm just going to say no to all horror games going forward. I'm not there yet, but I'm getting really close to that, I'm going to be real. But I will allow all 4 of those. Sign of the Emperor. However, I will go ahead and inform you overtly that the only reason I'm allowing Hylix is because it's a very short game, and for no other reason. I want to be very clear about that. Ah, you returned. Good, good. There's much to discuss. The others are making their way hither as we speak. Well, let's do it then. So I brought you some Archon loaf. To explain myself a little bit, by the way, I don't like alcohol. So what you guys are asking me to do is to review alcohol. That's the analogy. Right? And continuing to have me drink more and more alcohol is not improving my opinion of it. It is doing the opposite. And I just want to be nice and honest about that. So I will do the best I can to do my job. The end, I suppose. So, by the 12, Archon loaf. How did you come by this? I'd swear I'd come straight from Charlayan. Well, you know. Rambros did that? Said that, did he? His words are very nearly as heavy as the bread, but I appreciate the sentiment. Speaking of horror, should you have the chance, you may tell him he needn't worry. That which I seek to do, I do of my own volition and with all my heart. In pursuing this path, I fully expect to earn the censure of our friends, and to deserve it, I shall forge on regardless. Forge on as you yourself did when faced with a similar predicament, so I ask you have faith in me. But we're talking about our journey. Before the others leave, I would hear how their bodies fare. Oh, and the bread I shall save for later. Though it's been many years, I have not forgotten the feats of mastication required to consume it, nor how unconductive they are to conversation. No, Giga pudding.
Forgive the delay.
We have visited every region and confirmed the presence of Ascians throughout the realm.
Lest a grave predicament be made to seem hopeless, it should be noted that they are of inferior rank. The Black Masked minions who answer to the Red.
Yes, a gaggle of schemers attempting to exploit recent events, to sow the seeds of petty conflict. Fortunately, nothing of any great concern has come of their meddling just yet.
We also encountered a number of the Crystarium's former defenders, busily solving this problem and that in a bid to become warriors of light.
Their zeal is to be applauded. 'Tis but a pity I cannot encourage them on their course.
Not knowing Elidibus set them upon it, no. Both the troubles to be solved and the villains to be vanquished are his doing too, like as not. And so, with apologies to the aspiring warriors of light, I believe it best that we deal with the Ascians quickly and quietly.
I quite agree.
But tell us, what news from the source? How fare our bodies?
Yeah, no, things are bad.
Oh dear. Then we must redouble our efforts. Not that we've ever stinted in that regard.
This would seem an appropriate moment to ask about the spirit vessel. Tell me you've made some progress.
We have, as it happens. One moment.
The red stones. Then this doth mean...
For the benefit of all, permit us to explain. As you will recall, using white auracite as our starting point, we fashioned a vessel for mind and memory both. Yet, though it served this purpose admirably, the process of imbuing it with one's complete essence proved a somewhat thornier proposition. Simply put, the memory would not accompany the mind. And so, we looked to the Allagan's mastery of memory transference for a solution.
This approach was not without its own complications, however, relying as it does upon blood, which inanimate objects, notably, do not possess. We duly explored methods of suffusing the vessel with drops of the aforementioned. Alas, our painstaking experimentation succeeded only in making me feel faint, and singularly failed to imbue the crystal with the necessary properties. It was then that an idea occurred to me, namely that we might fuse the vessel not with normal blood, but with my crystallized essence.
You're doing this for our sakes. So far be it from us to complain. But don't think we haven't noticed what's happening to your arm.
It falls well short of offering up my life in exchange for yours, which was your only stipulated prohibition, as I recall. And it is but a small price to pay for delivering you home.
Assuming it works, we shall soon know if this grisly addition will serve as a suitable conduit for the subject's memory. Although not soon enough to warrant your waiting, the test is like to take a while.
Let us be off then. We have Ascians to attend to, among other things.
Forgive me, but I count 6 vessels, and there are only 5 of us.
I was actually counting that earlier.
One is for testing purposes. I will personally use it to see whether the crystal functions as it should.
And if it does, wouldn't that mean that your soul could also return to the source?
Yes. In theory, at least. But there is a distinct difference between your circumstances and mine. While your corporeal forms want for souls, my past self does not. Mayhap our essences would blend, or mayhap they would curdle. There is no telling what might occur.
And you'd be willing to take that risk?
I would.
I see.
I, for one, support the Exarch's choice. To be alive is to be driven by purpose. You are as driven as him. It's stupid, but I've never really stopped to think about what would happen once the vessels are complete, and now... No, there's no point. I hope the test is a success. Yeah, it's... Do you want him to leave or die? These are your options, Rain. We haven't figured out how to bridge the... I wonder if they're in the same dimension. Have they ever answered that? Because if they're in the same dimension, theoretically a spaceship would simply work. If they are in different dimensions, then it would not. And we would require dimensional shifting. Granted, they're nowhere near spaceships as well, but, I mean, you can see how those are two vastly different problems that need to be solved. Anyways, when our grandfather first decided to journey to Eorzea, Elise did not take kindly to my silence on... I just gotta knock on my door, though. Final shelf unit. Ooh. Thank you, Vigilant. As always, sir. I don't think I did. I debated it for a while. Where the hell was I? When our grandfather first decided to journey to Eorzea, Elise did not take kindly to my silence on the subject. Don't pretend to understand things you don't know, she said, or rather, shouted. Having oft been the object of her scorn, I am predisposed to sympathize with the Exarch, but I do understand how she feels, better now than I ever did, certainly. I'm sorry, I know it's childish to storm off like that, and probably feel the way you do. Pull yourself together, Elise. Hast thou a moment, Lore? I would speak to thee on the matter of the Exarch's mooted return to the source. Thou wilt have observed that our friend spake not in certainties. Yet if Beck-Luck has the right of it, it's possible to predict the outcome of this plan with some confidence. And it is their assessment that, given the opportunity, the Exarch's soul should successfully merge with that of his younger self. Which is not to say the process is without complications. For one, the Exarch hath been subjected to additional rejoining, an experience which will have wrought a change in his ethereal composition. As thou didst thyself demonstrate in merging with Ardbert, however, there exists an affinity twixt the souls, and this doth give me cause to hope. Yet there remaineth one immutable condition upon which success doth hinge. The Exarch must recognize his past self as simply that, himself. As our recent travails have demonstrated, memories are essential to the soul. Any discrepancy in the former may feasibly cause the latter to spurn its former flesh. 'Tis a seemingly simple yet complex problem, for nigh on a century our friend hath striven only to deliver this realm to deliver thee, and to that singular end did he cast aside his very name, that he might assume the mantle of Crystal Exarch. Henceforth, none can say what choices our friend will make, but I thought it only right to maybe make thee aware of these truths. Resident Evil 2 Remake, Scion of the Emperor. And that's all I've got off the top of my head. Right then, while the Exarch literally pours his sweat and blood into his allotted task, it seems fair we attend our own. Dealing with Elidibus and his minions. Just so, and there's one other matter. Really, Serani? Sorry. In light of our deteriorating health, Y'shtola should not be left alone at Aneider. Might I trouble you to visit her? See all that is well. I would go myself, but you might think I'm safer in the hands of one less prone to collapsing. Yeah, I got your back. Dad cred. My thanks. You may leave the Asians to us. Once they're out of the way, we will retire to Yulmore, and when Y'shtola has finished plumbing the depths, I'd like the two of you to join us there. If you're bound for Nida, I suggest you go via Venmont Yards. Our friends will be likely to provide a boat. There's nothing I wouldn't do. And I am literally a gunbreaker. Wait. I have a delivery from the Source Kupo, courtesy of one Tataru Taru. We're a long way from home, Moogle. And this is from Tataru, is it? Whatever could it be? It's Ciela! It's a sub from Ciela. Archon loaf, thou sayest. Why, even to hear the name doth transport me to times long past. Bread from another world? May I try some? No! No! Don't do it! Mayest thou? Thou must! That said, though I personally disagree with the consensus, I do nonetheless advise thee to temper thine expectations. Yeah, wiser words had never been uttered. I'm picturing it being slimy. Though it rarely darkened our dining table at home, I can attest that it was standard fare at the studium. Indeed, a slice was never far from our peers' hands. Alphinote, you are an unbearable snob sometimes, you know that? But... oh god, it'll be wet Archon loaf. Hello, SJ. What I believe my colleagues are trying to say is we appreciate the gesture. Tell Tatara we'll do our best to return before she's forced to seek further supplementary employment. Right, let's be off. We can find a drink to wash down the bread on the way. Yes, Resident Evil 2 Remake is arguably not a horror game, but Wet Archon Loaf is. Thank you, Ciela, for the sub. As always, if Vigilant would like to tell me where he is putting that towards, in due time, let me know. But in all honesty, Scion, thank you for giving me an actual response, by the way. I did read it. I can appreciate certain horror things, you know, coffee, right? Because the whole point of coffee isn't just that it's not for me. The whole point of coffee is that I acknowledge it's good, it's just not something I like. That's specifically the point of what coffee is. So, yeah, no, there's some horror things that I could say are coffee. You know, Silent Hill 2, Alien 1. But as far as a horror thing I've actually enjoyed, that's a very small list. Alien Isolation was a well-constructed game. That was rather interesting to go through. I'm not sure I would say I enjoyed it. Dead Space 2 was hilarious, but I wouldn't say I enjoyed that either. Like I said, there's Resident Evil 2 Remake, which, honestly, that's kind of borderline, but I did enjoy that game a fairly large amount. I know quite a few people who would argue the Resident Evil series in general is not horror, and frankly, I would agree. But that's neither here nor there. Oh yeah, Resident Evil 4, which didn't even occur to me, because it's a Resident Evil game.
Excellent. I had intended to speak with you alone. None of my doing, lest you misunderstand. The link between her body and soul wavers. I know not what you hoped to find here, but it will avail you naught to learn of our past.
I'm aware of Soma, but I've never played it. Reviewing the records yet again. Really? You worry too much, Elidibus. This dedication to your duty verges on obsession. To think some thought you ill-suited for the role. How wrong they were. But come, turn your gaze outside the window, my friend. The rains have ceased, and we have been graced with another beautiful day.
It fades. Fades away into oblivion. Does the world no longer have need of me? No. I am Elidibus, and I will fulfill my duty. Sundered though you may be, you fought for the world's salvation. For hope. Hope.
So he grabs Sid.
It swells within me. Empowers me. Now I may carry out my mission. And yet... why do I yearn for this? Why do I struggle so? I shall take her into my safekeeping. If you want her back, you will do as I ask. Show me your strength. I would take your measure.
Dude, I killed him at Selg.
I have prepared a suitable arena. You need but ride the flow of ether.
Yeah, well, I also didn't do it alone, Coparin, but he doesn't need to know that. Well, this should be fun. Oh, that's right, he did mention he actually watched it. We'll shoot. See, I tend to be of a similar mind, Scion, but not of horror, but of horrifying, which are very distinct things in my mind. You are familiar with this place, I believe. This remembered Amarok. Proceed to the capital. I shall return your comrade to you there. You speak as if you were disappointed in me. Why? I am your enemy, and you mine. Our goals are in conflict, and we are fated to clash. Or had you hoped that feigned sympathy and false understanding would cast your crimes in a less reprehensible light? That I would come to look at you as a friend? You have slaughtered my people, who would tear down... You who have slaughtered my people, who would tear down everything we have built. You do not deny it, then. Very well, let us change the cast of this trial. You will know what you have stolen from us. Yeah, the Amarok dungeon is horrifying, but not what I would call horror. To again keep the distinction. do not imagine I crave remorse. Only justice. Forward, hero. We shall see how strong you have become. Oh, I can't interact with them. Let us begin. Rest assured there are no tricks. You need but defeat the enemies before you. First, something easy. Those whom a budding hero might encounter at the beginning of his tale. And I believe I have the perfect subjects. Thancred, Y'shtola, Ida, and Papalimo. Let not their appearance stay your hand. Beneath the facade, they are merely monsters. I was saying, in case you can't tell, that's their ARR outfits. Y'shtola's the most obvious, but all of them are that way. Stomp. All too easy, I see, but at least you understand the rules. Thus we will make our way to the capital. That was in poor taste, even for you. That appearances should unsettle you so. I was under the impression you simply destroyed all who barred your way, sparing nary a thought to the possibility your foe could be someone's beloved. But come, we shouldn't dwell on the beginning when so much of your story awaits. Remember her? I think she was a misstep in the story, frankly. I don't know who this lady is, though. What the... Oh, that's just the grass clipping weirdly. That's all that is. Yeah, okay. Every tale requires villains. Defeat them. Claim your place as a hero. Hey, Nero! God, I kill you every day, dude. I never get tired of it. That's not quite true. Some days I kill you, some days I kill Livia. I don't mind killing her either. To be completely frank. Well done, champion of Eorzea. Well done. Onward then, over the bloodied bodies of the fallen. Hi, Sid. I forget which one's Biggs and which one's Wedge, but it's one of those two. Oh, there he is. You tasted many sweet triumphs, but so too did you taste bitter tragedy. Who could forget the Crystal Brave's idealistic, pathetic dream born from a malformed creature? This, by the way, is actually my least favorite character in the game. Right there. Non-memeingly, non-jokingly. That guy can go to hell.
God damn it.
Yeah, believe it or not, I tend to be anti-extremists. Weird, I know. With such ease yet again, you always did grow stronger with every battle. You know, you're moralizing a lot for someone who's arranged genocide on a planetary scale, I'm just saying, buddy. Seems it will take more than those monsters to leave an impression on you, or mayhap you simply fail to understand my meaning. Yeah, I know, Rasulisa, which just pisses me off even more. Not that it matters. No, I have dealt with countless heroes, and it always ends the same way. No amount of reasoning will bridge our differences, will result in happiness for all. Whatever your reasons may be, I cannot be bound by them. I can put faith in my own beliefs, and fight for them with all my being. You realize we are striving for understanding and compromise. How very naive. If you're willing to compromise your beliefs, you all but admit they are flawed. And I assure you, I have no intention of compromising on mine. Come what may, I will fulfill my mission as Elidibus. But enough talk. It is not your assertions I wish to know, but your strength. Falsely accused of regicide, you fled for the snow-swept fields of Kurthus. Sadness. Just gonna mention that there. You and the Scions met your demise that day, and the Sultanate, La Habrea, might have been spared his, but not only did you stubbornly live, you hurled yourself into the thick of the Dragon Song War. Swept along by the tide of events, you pursued and slew those who sought to stop the unending conflict, just as you were bid. I forget which one of these guys, but one of these guys was a jackass too. It's probably one of the worst parts of Heavensward for me. I never remember his name, and frankly, I don't care. But we'll give him a negative when we get there. That's so weird. I feel so slow compared to Dancer. Love the cloak effect there, by the way. Anyways. Impossible! I trust you're beginning to limber up. Do keep up the fine form. You remember FF14, right? Because that's kind of what we're doing here. So there's those two. And, yeah. Around heroes, people are wont to flock, people who harbor all manner of motives, each baser than the last. Come, let the curtains rise in the grand melee. I don't want to kill poor Aymeric. Oh well, death to Aymeric, I guess. And to the living. Exactly, nevermore. No more than they deserve. In the end, their hand of friendship was tainted with personal desire. And there's the best character in Heavensward. No, not him, although he's good. Her. She's almost as tall as I am. Huh. You know what comes next. You put an end to the Dragon Song War. There is no saving their comrade this time. All you can do is cut off the serpent's head. And as simple as that, a 1,000-year war brought to conclusion. But every end marks a new beginning, and so for heroes as you, there is only ever conflict. And quitting the game over an expansion, but that's neither here nor there. How are you enjoying the walk down memory lane? I dare say there will have been a few individuals for whom you harbor deep feelings, whose passing caused you keenest grief. That is what our people are to us, an irreplaceable existence that can ill be lost. I will save them, for they are my... Never mind. We're not here to talk. Let us return to the task at hand. Following the trail of ash, you set forth for Alamigo and Doma into a storm of blood. One of the best characters in Stormblood right there, by the way. Again you fought, and again you grew stronger. So strong that we could no longer control you. Yours is an unnatural and beastly strength, and we shall lay it bare. In order to gain a foothold in the liberation effort, you journeyed to the far eastern plains. This was one of the worst characters in Stormblood. Yes, even more so than Xenos. Grinwat? What the hell were they thinking with that guy? Seriously. He wasn't even entertaining. He was just... What is this dude? Why are you on my screen? Go away. Like,
Not enough.
the strong are drawn to the strong. Thus did you gather new allies to your banner. See, I'll talk about it more whenever we review Stormblood, but he was like... He wasn't funny, and he wasn't dramatic, he was just crap. You know, he failed at both, in my opinion. Where ardent souls gather, so too do fires burn. In this way did you consign those around you to flames. Burn them all, hero. Reduce them to nothingness, like the ephemeral morning dew that they are. Oh, we'll probably see Ranji in a minute here.
I cannot fail. Not again.
Did not hesitate, or perhaps could not. No matter. Let's turn our attention to the finale. Here we shall have a test between fellow beasts. Only fitting, would you not agree? I've said my thoughts on Xenos before. When I fought you in this flesh, 'twas I who triumphed. Will you turn the tables this time? Aw, that's a bit of a shame we didn't get that, Rowdy. It's not like you can't convert that kind of, you know, language screw-up into English. Screw-up's not the right word, but you know what I mean. Language variance? We'll go with language variance. Yeah, I'm 473, Remedy's Axion. And even this has taken far too much time. Interesting. My creation appears to have lost its form. It's no easy thing to see through the eyes of a beast such as him. In any event, there is only so much to be learned by taking your measure this way. Let's try something different. Come, we shall continue within. Depends on the situation, Governor. An impressive show of strength. but surely no more than a foretaste of that which Emet-Selch's conqueror is capable of. Such might requires a fairer measure, to compare like with like. Yes. I shall just have to test you myself. Come on, Lore. Show me what you can do. I only dub versus sub is a meme thing. I mean, I do prefer dubs, but I also prefer good dubs. You know? Which is a bit different. Fight like you mean to take my head. Well, it's funny you bring that up. Very warrior-y here. Hello? There we go. God, the range on charge is so tiny. I keep thinking it should be about double what it is. Literally the warrior of light here, by the way. Maybe you'd kill me given the chaps. May have you think to recover this body. If so, prove it's of no use to me. Prove you can best it. Well, that's an interesting mentality to have. Come at me with everything you've got. Can I have that ability? I'll play warrior again if you give me that ability. No, okay. It's actually the Gunbreaker outfit. I do happen to like it, but Org has nothing to do with anything. You know, ironically, I feel Dancer would be okay here. Mobility and all that. I say, I like trench coats. I mean, my first trench coat I got in my life, I got before Kingdom Hearts ever existed. It's actually in my closet right there. Doesn't fit me quite the way it used to. No. Persona 5 invented turn-based combat. Thank you, Rax. Appreciate it. Very well, I will transcend my very limits, and we'll see what you are capable of. Oh, that's true, the Matrix invented trench coats. I forgot about that. I don't want to hear it, Cerrone. all the earth and fire things for warrior. That's not exclusive to this guy. That's true even for actual warriors. See, what we really need is the Ultima spell. I'm kidding, by the way. Well, he has his answer. The list is quite open, Raven Zero, unfortunately. Yeah, let's give Black Mages a buff. Don't give him Ultima, though. No Ultima.
You have grown stronger since last we fought. The result of your trials in the first, no doubt.
Have you finished? My apologies. I freed myself as soon as I awoke, but rather too late, I see. Now, Elidibus, if you have ceased trading blows, I would trade words with you. I have a theory, you see. One concerning that which you seek to accomplish. It stems from who, or rather what, you truly are. A primal.
I was thinking that too, actually. Bound by purpose. Or rather, bound by essence.
Created Zodiac to deliver the star from destruction. If the magic that brought him forth is the precursor of what we know as summoning, then Zodiac would have been instilled with a presiding desire. I found it among the records at Anida, and it came as no surprise. Were I faced with the world's destruction, I too would wish for the same. Salvation. I know that you sacrificed yourself to become Zodiac's heart. How you came to be separated from him is less clear. But if you are a fragment of his being, it stands to reason a desire for the world's salvation would drive you. And thus did you seek to inspire the masses to rise up as warriors of light, going so far as to use Ardbert as a symbol of hope.
Correct on all counts. Such is my nature, and such are my methods. I have aided heroes. I have made them. I have even become them. This served not only to strengthen me, but also to facilitate the work of my brothers, such as Emmett Selk, with his penchant for nation building.
I wonder why I like Emmett Selk so much. Sorry.
Then you will be all too familiar with the fickleness of mankind. We change, we forget, and what little we do remember becomes twisted and fragmented over time. For which reason, you deem us unfit to carry on your legacy. But are you yourself free of these foibles? As the last witness of the final days, do you remember everything that was lost? Or even the things you cared about?
Get to the point.
A primal is shaped by the hope that fuels it. Even should this hope be something as simple as the world's salvation, it is the collective desire of innumerable disparate souls crying out for deliverance. Having drawn your strength from such a cacophony of voices, can you truly be sure you still speak with your own?
Your question is irrelevant. No matter how much I should change, no matter how much I should forget, I shall ever remember my duty. At times I stand with my brethren. At times I stand against them. All that I might steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. For Elidibus is my name and my mission, guiding my every deed. But enough talk. You have shown me sufficient proof of your might. As I am now, I would struggle to defeat you. Yet I have still to play all of my cards. If I could offer you some semblance of sport, your lessers would pose no threat to me. Would you not agree, Warrior of Darkness?
Called that one, by the way. So, now that we're not on a timer and in the middle of a thing, thank you, Vigilant, for the donation earlier. As always, appreciate. If you give me one moment, I'll jot that one down. I don't understand your message, though. If you don't mind clarifying. And thank you, Raven Zero. I did see your sub in the middle of all that. And I will put that towards Trails of Cold Steel 4. Oh, and all I'm going to say about Elidibus there is, you can't argue with the program. What? So, the theory I had, I may still be wrong about this, because I don't think they clarified 100%, but what I was thinking happened, to use FF10, spoilers for FF10, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, what I was thinking happened was effectively, imagine if Jacked, this is a bad comparison, but imagine if Jacked was walking around while still being Sin. Basically, he became the core, but then with the power he now had, he summoned himself. But I put that in quotes because it really isn't. In fact, and I don't just mean that in the literal sense, because the real Jacked is in Sin, or is Sin. It's more to the point that this is effectively a simulacra, a incomplete copy, which would be incredibly appropriate given the circumstances if an Ascian, or someone who walks around like Ascian, is someone who is an incomplete shard. But yeah, you get the idea. It's been an eventful morning, if it is indeed morning. I have no idea how long I was unconscious. Regardless, I am gratified to see my efforts of an Eider have borne fruit. We have confirmed the nature of our foe and his plot. Now, what news from the surface? Well, I I see. Let us make for Yulmore at once. We have much to share with our comrades. Elidibus' parting threat, not the least of all. Oh, and forgive me. It would seem my belongings did not accompany me here. With luck, the ethereal stream you traversed still lingers. I won't be long. Ain't that the truth, Dakota? Again, Star Destroyer. In the hands of an idiot. It's a peculiar crystal. I think I'm going to redo this. I think I'm going to put Burst Strike instead of Fated Circle in my rotation there. Fated Circle really is only for, you know, trash anyways. And I've noticed something. And one thing I do like about FF14 is that its focus is far more on bosses than trash, which is something I appreciate. Some people have said, oh, if a game with no trash would be boring, and I don't necessarily agree. But there are plenty of dungeons where you fight 1 or 2 trash packs, and then it's a boss. And then you go down a corridor and watch a cutscene, and then there's a trash pack, and then there's a boss. What's interesting is that was not true back in ARR, but they've certainly leaned that way in more recent dungeon designs. Yeah, trash in WoW has varied in quality. Some of the trash in WoW is excellently designed. Some of it is appropriately brief. Most of it is crap, to be completely blunt. They have gotten a lot better over the years. A peculiar crystal is on the floor. On its surface, an array of lights twinkle like a constellation of stars. I do too, Cycloud. Day 4th. Bring honor to the seat of... The distorted voice of an ancient rings in your mind. A moment preserved in crystal, it would seem. And yeah, they're still used for AoE, outside of trash. First of all, there's the obvious ads fights. Second of all, even a little basic math will showcase that any more than 2 targets, it's actually more overall DPS to do AoEs than to not. So if you want to be pushing out the numbers. Of course, there's plenty of circumstances where you don't want to. And I will also say, I'm not anti-trash. It would be more accurate to say that I'm anti how most RPGs use trash. That's really what that boils down to. Oh, that's fair. For Dancer, it's more than 2. Sorry, I should clarify. Because Dancer is practically the AoE class, God's sakes. You find 3 more crystals on the floor, different in color and decoration, each identical in shape. Basically, yeah, Omega Legion. I mean, there's some really good trash design I've seen over the years. To use an example from this game, I really liked the near corridors. Remember that? When we were going through and there was like the bullet hell, plus the barriers we had to push through, plus the enemies, or the beams that were shooting. That was good. I liked that. To use a WoW example, most of the Pandaria raids have excellent trash design. Where they do trash tutorialization. It was actually when WoW really started to pick up that concept. Because the trash will do the boss mechanics. Usually just one of the mechanics. But they do it so you can see it and you know how to deal with it. And so you'll find like a trash pack that does A, a trash pack that does B, a trash pack that does C, and a boss that does ABC. Anyways. Behold, my friends. Embraced by earth and caressed by wind, a vibrant life flourishes. All is right in creation. There can be no greater joy than to use wisdom for the good of our people, no greater pride. May all know happiness now and forevermore. I would agree with that, Omega Legion. While Legion had excellent gameplay decisions, Pandaria hit a very nice mix of basically doing everything right from a gameplay perspective. Good quest design, good rep progression, good gear progression, good trash design, good boss design, good layout and smoothness of leveling, good leveling decisions because you had multiple paths you could take. But most importantly of all, I think the classes were probably at their best back in Pandaria. There was nothing quite like tanking on a warlock. You know? Your instincts serve you true, and you discover another 2 crystals. As you reach out with your consciousness, new voices echo in your mind. The heavens are ablaze and the lands rent asunder. What will become of the world? Is life itself to be denied? Come what may, we must not surrender to despair. If we but hold fast to hope, we may yet find a path to salvation. You know, if I can admit one final reason, I think we're up to reason like 7 at this point, why I hope it's Lavos. Like, actually Lavos. I want you to imagine a modern rendition, a high-def version of Lavos' scream. Like, picture it in your head right now. Picture the sound effect, the 16-bit sound effect, and then polish that up to a full-throated, bassy warble. Like the kind of thing that shakes the speakers, you know, just... And I of course can't do it. I have a human throat. I could hear it. I could hear it. It will probably not literally be Lavos, but I do legitimately think it is a Lavosian thing. You soon discover 2 more crystals. Rather, too soon, in fact. Someone wanted you to find them. Everything burns and crumbles and decays. I hear the lamentations of my brethren. They say, "Threshold, threshold." And soon there shall be only silence. We will deliver our star from its doom, and this we swear. So please, dry your tears. Really? TV collapse on. I believe you. I have an excellent audio memory. I can speak, I can grab someone's voice in my head and speak new lines in their voice, if you understand my meaning. How far out do I think Lavos would be? The way I would structure it is I would have the next expansion really be about concluding 2 major story threads. Garlemald, Zodiark Hydaelyn. And I would have those 2 threads be the focus of the next expansion. Which means the next expansion is when I would have Lavos show up. 7.0, I guess. Or on the lead up, you know, 6.5, that kind of a thing. The time has come. We shall rewrite the laws of creation, and we shall save our star. From this life our Savior born, may I be worthy of the honor. I feel my soul turning, slowly but irrevocably, and the power I wield begins to seem terrible, but this is right. It is right. And yeah, I know Omega Legion. I take some comfort in that, really. I have no need to be exclusive. I'm fine with analyzing something and other people coming to the same conclusion. I gave my reasoning earlier, my 3 reasons why I actually do think it should be a Lavosian thing. Though salvation is ours, it came at great sacrifice. All that remains is to pray. To pray, we will one day meet again beneath a blue sky. And that's 12. Which means there should be 1 more. Lo and behold. Gone is the brilliant radiance of life, replaced by the sickly glow of malformed creatures. Is this how it ends? For we who loved the star with all our being. No, I will not suffer it to be so. Well, well, we meet again, my new old friend. Hey! That's it. Hythlodaeus. How good of you to remember. I see you've been collecting stars. I speak of those crystals. They have constellations etched upon them, yes? High in the heavens, those stars shine their guiding light down upon the lives below. Fitting symbols for the convocation of 14, would you not agree? As you have gathered, each crystal bears an account of the life of a member of the convocation as remembered by the Unsundered. Lest you worry, they aren't concepts, they are far too incomplete to be so, but they suffice for imbuing memories with sundered souls, that they might be restored to their office. Keep them. I am sure Emet-Selch wouldn't mind. So, how fare you of late? You are feuding with Elidibus this time, I believe. Not as a heretic. Sorry. I shall refrain from passing comment on your struggle. It is not my place to do so, long departed as I am. But if I may give voice to a personal desire, I would rather you lived. If you do not, how will you keep your promise to Emet-Selch? The promise to remember. Yes, Dakota. It must weigh heavy, the burden of all those memories. To one who has lived a life such as yours, I can well imagine how Elidibus's existence might seem hollow, how empty his single-minded pursuit of half-forgotten cause might appear. But know that his devotion is not without reason, even if he himself can no longer remember what that reason is. Well, that's quite enough to talk about Elidibus. I would see you reunite the Wayward Stars. I would see if you can reunite the Wayward Stars. Sorry. But yes, this is the holodeck hologram, which is self-aware. I mentioned before there was a member of the Convocation who opposed Zodiarch's summoning and defected, one whose office was left vacant. Defectors having been deemed unworthy of commemoration, no crystal exists for the individual in question. Or should exist, at any rate, and wouldn't, had a friend not created one in secret. A crystal bearing the forgotten name of his office, along with the magic of his own conceiving, a singular incantation embodying his spirit. Among all the offices, the 14th was most unusual, for while the rest sat in Amarot, its holder was charged with gaining an intimate knowledge of the wider world. Hang on, I need to write down how to spell his name really quick. Just give me a second. There we go. In the course of his duty, he traveled his length and breadth of every land and befriended countless folk. He encountered troubles, too, of course. Matters which he could simply have referred to the convocation, but that was not his way. Nay, more often than not, he would call upon his comrades, and together resolve matters themselves. Such is the magic sealed within that crystal, the magic to summon the stars to your side. In time of greatest need, should you wish upon it with all your heart, it will surely answer your call. And now, it is where it belongs. Quick aside, I'm really tall in game, right? Look at him! He's like triple my height! Anyway, sorry. Oh, there was no need for thanks, but nor will I hear any complaints about it either. After all, I cannot say whether I act of my own volition or the will of my recreator.
I was wondering where you disappeared to.
So what do you guys think? Was that from him with whatever sentience he has? Or was that a final gift from Emmett Selk?
Is something troubling you?
I think it's both, by the way.
No? Very well. I have everything. Let's hurry back to the surface.
I'm still amazed this place is being maintained. Selk has been dead for a while. It will most likely eventually, degrade. I wonder how long it would take. Fresh air at long last. I would celebrate my return to dry land with a pot of tea, had we the luxury of time. But we must be prepared for Elidibus. Given what we know, it is plain he will not be deterred from his course. Nor would I, were I him, not if it meant forsaking everything I loved. That said, I have not forgotten how Emmett Selk sought to find common ground with us, for all our misgivings. Ultimately, our differences were not to be bridged, of course, but one must always try. Emmett Selk understood this, and if his gesture resonated with you, perhaps you might consider reaching out to his brethren. Though it may all be for naught, you of all people know there's no such thing as a foregone conclusion. Ain't that the truth? Oh, the wall was terrifying. God. One of the most horrifying aspects of FF10. Plus to story, everything we just saw. Probably don't need to explain. Right, no more musing. We've taken far too long as is. Our friends await us. Shall we hurry and join them? Oh, that's a Neilmore, sorry. Easier to just do this. City of 1,000, bleh. It appears we are fashionably late. Come, our tale will not wait. You certainly look your time. Did something happen? There you are. Eventful trip. Rumors have reached this far. Starting to worry. Elidibus tried to kill me. 'Tis a pleasure to report we accomplished our task without further bouts of fateness. A feat we attribute to Tataro's most generous gift. Ugh. We have been appraised. Don't care, Rex. I'll be a hole filler, as usual. We've been appraised of the situation. Suffice to say, we can ill afford to lose able-bodied citizens during this vital period of rebuilding. Oh, if it isn't lore! I confess I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but with you and your friends here, I'm sure it'll be alright in the end. Have you ever tasted, like, slightly undercooked fish? Because that's what I'm thinking.
Master Chai, my congratulations on your appointment. By all accounts, you are a capable mayor.
I'm sorry, hang on. I want you to picture, like, bread that's too dry and too crumbly, right? So it's just kind of falling apart and it's just a little bit tasteless. And now add a little bit of sogginess to it. Now picture that in addition to the sogginess and the crumbly biscuit, you also add just that little bit of, like, the gushiness of fish. Now picture it tastes very salty in a bad way, and the overwhelming scent of raw fish is coming through it. And that is what I imagine it tastes like. I can more or less literally imagine what it tastes like. I'm trying to explain it. Like I said, I've got the imagination for it, but I'm trying to get it out in words because I can just be like, oh, and as you don't even bite down because it just gushes in your mouth, right? It just kind of goes, and you don't have to chew it; you just have to swallow. Anyways.
Oh, I have capable friends, my lady. I must say, it's good to see you looking hale and whole again.
The credit for that lies with my own capable friend, without whom I might never have escaped my abductor.
Explain.
A primal? I suppose that would explain why Elidibus has been fostering faith in the Warrior of Light. While you were enjoying your audience with the Wandering Heart of Zodiac, we were busy dispatching the last of the Black Master Ascians, a task which proved almost insultingly easy. Formidable though we undoubtedly are, they were obviously sent to provide encouragement for budding heroes. One cannot help but wonder how many times the ploy has been used before.
Master Chai, you mentioned that the people of Calusia are similarly enamored of the Warrior of Light.
Indeed, though it's hardly surprising given the state of the world. Many are still struggling to find a purpose, and it's only natural that they should take comfort in the tales.
Then the fever has spread to every corner of Norvrent. We may have dealt with his black-masked minions, but it is plain Elidibus has yet to show his hand.
Oh my! What a spectacular sky!
God damn it.
Another star shower.
Wait, is that... Amaranth?
Did you hear that? That voice calling out?
No, I didn't hear anything, but... why do I feel so... like I've lost something dear to me?
Does Elidibus seek to awaken more people to the Echo with clearer visions of the final days?
let you be.
Whoever they are, they've come for our heads! No, you don't! Ha! They are not of flesh and blood.
I know this magic. The rings are like unto those that the Exarch did employ in our summoning.
Are you saying the Exarch is summoning them?
Nay, yet the similarity can be no mere coincidence.
Should we make a stand here, or retreat to the Crystarium?
The ether churns around us. More of them will appear ere long. To stay would only place innocents in harm's way. We must fight this battle elsewhere.
Wait! Take one of our airships. You can decide what to do on your flight to the Crystarium.
You are a capable leader in your own right, Master Chai. The citizens of Yulmore chose well.
I mean, I agree.
To the airship.
Can't we just teleport in lore? Whatever, whatever. Hero's Gauntlet, now accessible. So what am I? Oh, that's true. Thancred can't. You're absolutely right. Looks like I am healing. You're right. Thancred can't. So we do need an airship. Credit to continuity. I've already given that plus before you ask. Okay. I mean, we could leave Thancred behind. That's true, we also can't teleport in combat, but I think the Thancred answer is a more valid one.
Damn it! Hang on to something!
You stole... No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I totally did, little Billy, yeah. Oh, I should do this. Why don't you have Absolute Holy? you. Hey, guys. Excuse me, I think that's Spectral Treasure Hunter. Oh, that is his Dissidia look, isn't it? The one I hate. Rex? It's Rex. That's why he's called that, actually. I'll have to wear that. Chicken knife? That wasn't even in FF6. I call shenanigans. Elidibus is just a big fat cheater. I think we all know this. Negative for cheats. Negative for chicken knife. doesn't even look like Locke. Anyway, sorry. I mean, the hair is different, among other problems. Action. Nope, that's 475. Pass. Really? Why do they glow like that? They're the ones we should fight, right? They... Hey, can this give me rep with you guys? No? Okay. Oh, I'm with it, TV Collapso. Yeah, as soon as I realized where we were, I was like, okay, yeah, we're hitting all the zones. This is the, that feels like the wrong phrase. The Gondor calls for aid scene? You know, like in FF9, the skirmish of the Silver Dragons. There's actually plenty of works that have the, you know, hey, here's all the people you've met along the way thing at the end. And some of them suck. But sometimes, when a properly done, whatever you call that, is actually really cool. Speaking of which, there's Frog Prince, man. Also one of my favorite fights in this expansion. Dungeon fights. You know, Twilight Princess tried this and failed at it, for example. Hell, Outer Worlds tried this and also failed. Use another example. Why such a big enthusiasm? I'm trying to think what that's called. We are not wont to fight, but we know when we must. Hang on. Oh, it doesn't let me pet him. FF13 is another example of a game that failed at this exact same scene while I'm thinking about it. It's towards the end, when you show up during the racing scene, if you remember that one. I won't spoil, but the racing cutscene was supposed to be this kind of scene. Probably not Final Cut. Lightning Returns did a decent job of it. I'll actually agree with that. I feel bad because all I'm thinking of is examples where they do it badly. Yeah, Endgame did a very good job of it, to use a movie example. I still stand by what I said. FF9 did a good job of this too. Earthbound did a good job of this. There's another one I could use. Exactly, casual. Undertale can count. Yes, absolutely. Wait, what? Damn Damn it! She keeps turning around. I'm trying to see what she looks like. I have no idea who that's supposed to be, but then again, I usually don't get the Necromancer job in 5. I mean, yeah, the Necromancer is a job from 5, so, you know, sense make. It's probably not Ferris. So, if it's from 5, and that's the Necromancer job from 5, then yeah, it is Lena or Ferris. That's really the only 2 options. Don't say Cryle. Cryle wouldn't look like that. Yeah, see, I don't think they double down on the Cryle. What do you call it? The Cryle reference. Yeah, no, you don't get to do that. Oh, no wonder Valvatrix was getting healed. Like, everyone should be topped off. Oh, right, okay. I'm just curious to say. Oh, didn't look like it. Okay. Busy. Stop trying to cast on my face. Appreciate it. Did you kill her? Thank you. Jesus. I'm just sitting here like, ah, she'll be dead. She's at less than 1%. Thank you, Titania. Hello, Zacto. Listen, all I'm saying is that DPSing as a healer can go to hell. Any questions? Unless it's a DPS healer, which WoW has tried to make twice and failed both times. So, way back in the day, and I mean quite a while ago at this point, this is back before Heavensward was even out, you would get blacklisted and or, like, basically if you were a healer who wouldn't DPS, that was so unacceptable, people would try to get you out of groups for that. Don't know if that's still a thing. This was, again, quite a while ago. I noticed that Giat was the Ale Forged. So you sure you want me to DPS? 0? By the way, that is the Greater Heal game right there. I just won the Greater Heal game. He apparently has a chance not to spawn, guys, if you can hear me. No, Zach Taft. I admittedly don't like DPSing as a healer, though. Legitimately. It's just boring. That's all. You know me. I don't like playing Paladin either. It's a good class, but it's just not fun. So I usually don't even bother. Because it's, yeah. That would be DPS healing, Kobarin. Like actual DPS healing. Actual DPS healing, on the off chance anybody in chat doesn't know what that is when you kill the enemy before your tank dies. Guild Wars 2 has actually poked at this method. It doesn't really work all that well. It sucks. But, it is something I have done in WoW several times as a hunter. Focus firing down a specific target that's about to kill the tank is a valid strategy. So if this is 4, then that would codify the fact that that was Lena earlier. Because we had 6, and then possibly 5. Oh, that is definitely not 4. In fact, Berserker wasn't even added until 5. No, wait! It's Guy! He speaks Beaver. Just so you guys know. That's probably an FF5 reference right there. I'll give you that one. The pit, the void. Why are you targeting me? You asshole! It's just straight at me, both of those. I mean, tell me that doesn't look like Void. It's even the same colors. So yeah, that's probably Bart's. Sorry, guy.
I think that's the last of them.
Apparently even they have limits. Nevertheless, we should remain vigilant.
Yes, Von Falkenstein.
Urianger, something occurred to me while we were fighting. These enemies.
Are heroes hailing from other shards, summoned hither to deliver this world from its doom. Scant moments after the star shower did they appear, as yet more souls were inspired to walk the hero's path, no doubt. Thus did hopes for salvation of realms near and far resonate and converge, lending still greater strength unto our adversary.
So that's Elidibus's game. But first things first. If the rings are the same as the Exarchs, then we need to ask him how that's possible.
Am I the only one thinking about the safety of the Exarch while we're distracted right now?
The Crystarium is close. Let us press on.
They come.
So near and yet so far.
In the chaos of conflict, one can always find an opening to exploit.
Whoever taught you that is a wise man indeed, and good with a gun, mate. But yes, I dare say we can create an opening wide enough for at least one of us to slip through. That being you, of course, though others are welcome to follow in your wake. Reen and I will keep our guests occupied.
Brave and selfless as ever. Yet the two of you may struggle to fool our foes, etherically sensitive as they are. Had you a comrade who could use destructive magics to wreak havoc upon the ambient ether, on the other hand?
Very well. I too shall assist in the diversionary effort.
Oh, not this old dance again. Yes, obviously I'll stay and fight.
This is a great idea. Let's split up the Star Destroyer from its support group. How long ago did I say that?
Alphino, I'm about to do a great many stupid and reckless things. Watch my back, would you?
Thank you, Alize.
And there you have it. Take care of yourself, my friend.
Yeah, you don't have enough lives for this. We're literally trying to say... Oh, whatever.
Rest assured, I have no intention of expending any of mine this day.
Finished? Then let's begin.
What the heck is that spell, and why does my red mage not have it? Meanwhile, a short while or earlier. Oh, that's limit break. Okay. Yeah, I don't use limit breaks on caster because that's a no-no, usually. That's the melee's job. Or the healers if everything's going badly. Or the tank if we're on Alexander.
'Tis done.
Oh, let me see, let me see! Oh, yes! Your memories are preserved safely within. We've done it at last!
Actually, as a side note, I was thinking the limit break system could use an overhaul in general. Not that it's necessarily bad, but I do think it could serve to be improved to be an actual system. You know?
I have inspected the other vessels. They are all ready to receive of our friends' memories.
Oh, excellent! Excellent! I shall have my familiars bear word to them at once!
God, I called that. I know I only called it like 2 minutes ago, but still. So...
It was not until I observed the battle between Emet-Selch and the Warrior of Darkness that I realized what I must do.
Oh, you saw that too, didn't you, Bragan?
I will summon heroes from other worlds unto the first, just as you did. Their presence shall serve to empower me, granting me the strength to crush my enemy.
Though it pains me to disappoint you, I feel compelled to explain that the magic in question requires no small amount of preparation.
Ah, but you assume I require my champions to be summoned in their entirety. I do not. Their souls needn't even be whole. My purpose requires no more than their burning desire to vanquish evil.
What's that gonna do to the originals? Because that doesn't sound pleasant.
This I shall sear upon the ether, raising thereby an army of phantom heroes to whom I shall whisper, as I have to so many over the ages.
I was gonna say, first of all, the most obvious possibility is their original body becomes a coma, but think about it for a moment. This is even less than that. Like, this is worse and messier than that. It's pretty good chance that we're actually killing the people that we've been defeating. Not on purpose, really.
Here lies darkness. It must be destroyed.
And you expect me to cooperate?
No, Mr. Bond.
I do not require your cooperation. Your death will suffice. The magic I shall have from your corpse. Go, Lucas!
That's the boss. That look is awesome.
Flee!
But what is this?
Well, shoot. You know, I can teleport, so that excuse doesn't exist anymore, I'm just saying. Not the time. Returns on cooldown. I do. That's
friend.
where the merchant
How did you...
was making camp when we first showed up.
No matter. Elidibus. He took us unawares.
Looking a little, See, I like sprite work. You know, I speak well of it, but, that is severely pixelated. That is bizarrely... I don't mean to complain, but that is actually... Like, all the textures in this game have issues, but that is very pixelated. Look at that. You can literally see it.
It was all we could do. To raise a war to hinder his steps. And so we fled. But he took it. The vessel with the Exarch's memories.
Oh, great.
Forgive me. Forgive me.
That's what I was thinking as well, Mekakami. They probably were literally a bit pushed and rushed through this.
The vessel bears not only my memories, but my blood. The blood of Allegan royalty, granting him the means to control the tower.
Well, that's game. It was a good game while it lasted. See you around, guys. We'll be back for Suikoden 5 next time. By the way, I was talking earlier about the shock moment. You know, the thing when things have gotten actually bad. That's the shock moment right there. Right there.
With it, he has performed I know not how many summonings, calling forth heroes from across the rift.
God. Shocking. Not the JPEG.
As you can see, the burden upon the tower is beginning to tell.
Yeah, could you continue to be alive, please? I have work to do.
If you mean to face him alone, I will not allow it. Not this time.
Why not?
Elidibus has exploited the people's nobility. twisted their purest intentions for terrible ends. And I cannot let it stand. As Exarch, it is my duty to protect them, to defend their hopes and dreams. So I am going to the Crystal Tower, with or without your blessing. Though, I would rather it were with.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm gonna make a harness and carry him on my back with all the red flags he's got right now.
I joined you, but I would only be a burden. Better that I remain here with my gremlins.
I shall send help. Stay strong, my friend, and take heart.
I'm sorry. Look at that pixelation. I'm not gonna give it a negative. It's just, wow.
By binding Elidibus within the tower, we have done more than simply delay him. Much like our adversary, I am not wont to show my hand prematurely, but the time has come to bring my strongest card to bear.
I was actually thinking the same thing. Because, I mean, that is... What do you... Like... It's not anti-aliased. It's not blurred, put simply. And if you don't know what I mean by that, most of the all of the textures in this game are blurred because lower res, because PS3 game, we're walking. And so those are not blurred at all. You can actually see the pixels, and that does... It would seem strange for that to be accidental, you know? Like, look at the comparison versus his neck, where you can see the blurring. Or anytime you zoom in on armor or a wall.
To the tower.
See, I'm not complaining anymore. I'm legitimately wondering if it's deliberate. Switch back to this really quick. With your permission, I'll make a brief stop at a censored gate, long enough to send a guard to Becklug's aid, you understand. Were it not for them, we would have never escaped Elidibus, much less the spirit vessels. Though mine fell into foes' clutches, Luke gathered up the rest at great risk to themselves. I must see they are safe before we press on. Good enough people have given their lives that I must fulfill my duty. This guy is just that now. Darkness. Exarch, forgive this paltry greeting. We're not notified of your coming. It wasn't planned. I need you to assemble a rescue party. Our friend Becklug lies wounded in the clearing. Pray go to their aid with all haste. At once, may I ask how they came to harm? There have been reports of enemies in our midst, specters who appear after the star shower. Do they have something to do with it? Yes, the man who attacked Becklug is also responsible for the star shower and the appearance of the specters. I have no time to explain, but know the individual in question does not seek to do indiscriminate harm. If you do not bar his servants' paths, they will not turn on you. You are to leave this foe, understood? Meanwhile, I ask you alert the rest of the guard and focus on maintaining calm in the city. Understood. Da-da-da-da. Lena. I mean, she's awesome, so I'm down with it. I shall take charge of matters in the city. Find Becklug. Now. time to explain. The graver the matter, the less inclined you are to speak of it, even when it's for plain for all to see, like what's happening with you. Nina, there truly is no time. I know, my lord. Where matters otherwise, I believe you'd be willing to speak of your past, if pressed. Yet I remain afraid to do so. Afraid of what I might learn that would make a stranger of you. Forgive me, there is no time. We really do need to get going. I'm sorry. I can convey messages back, and I can be a carrier pigeon, okay? Let's make this happen. Just grant me a moment, please. Okay, okay. Lena, do you remember the time you got lost in the tower and you were little, and I searched for you for hours on end? And the cake I baked for your 10th birthday, that hideous lump the good people of the mean covered in beautiful candles. And your hapless first encounter with the Sin Eaters as a guard. Afterwards you threw yourself into your training, pretending nothing was wrong, though I could see the tears in your eyes. All these moments we shared, all the feelings that accompanied them, they are as real as aught that came before, and nothing will change that, and will ever change what we meant to one another. If I have made you worry, then I beg your forgiveness. Heaven knows you deserve better. Through the darkest of times you have kept faith with me, standing tall as proud daughter of the Crystarium, and as an example to us all. I count myself blessed to have you in my life, and I want you to know that. Why do you speak so, as if this were our last meeting? Truly you have a knack for making people worry. Besides, it is you who are an example to us all, you who have led us through countless trials, and who will lead us through countless trials to come. So go, my lord, do what you must, but take care. Sprint. Actually, it'll be /AC space quote sprint unquote. Sorry, Lena. Lena can see the red flags. It's part of being of the era. I have no idea, Rax, but that's how you would say it as a chat command, I imagine, so... Arshian Gaia is an old name that doesn't really mean anything. It's a portmanteau of various Greek words, which effectively means something new as a direct consequence, aka someone who is both capable of and desirous of doing good. The ward holds. Excellent. Elidibus will be within the tower. What is that, Venters? I don't know that acronym off the top of my head. And ask for nothing in return, that's true. I could also call it the Mario if you have a preference, but that requires more explanation. Ah, romance. Romance of the Three Kingdoms. 14. You got it. Thank you for watching my show, Venters. Our foe's sole purpose is to destroy you, and to that end he has summoned foes from other reflections, empowering himself with their hope, even as they occupy your comrades. You will not best him as easily as you did in the depths. By any measure, the odds are now stacked firmly in his favor. To wit, spare no preparation. I shall lift the ward when you're ready. Nope, no Bwong. Okay. Hope's Confluence. You know, it wasn't so long ago I watched you seal this place up. Oh, before my slumber began, you mean? It seems rather longer to me, but yes, what strange symmetry. This time I break the seal, and I have no intention of locking myself away again. Nay, together we will enter, and together we will leave, in triumph. So come, my friend, let us be about it. Ah! Hang on. Sorry, I got a red flag in my eye there. I do love the aesthetic.
Not here either. We must keep climbing.
I want you to imagine running up those steps. This place is tall. So about that back harness.
"'Twas but a matter of time. I cannot keep up with you, nor will it avail us to make a stand here. You must go on without me. Find Elidibus and stop him. Worry not, my friend. Though I am no warrior, I have learned to hold my own over the years. When first we explored this tower, you and your fellow adventurers formed the van, while I was left to follow in your wake. Suffice it to say, I was not best pleased with the arrangement. How I wished that I could join you. And now I have, here where it all began. I was right to trust in you, and the power of your legacy, of your name, to let them guide my every deed.
For Elidibus is my name, and my mission, guiding my every deed.
Did you ever consider any other possibility?
I did, but I chose not to walk them, thank the gods. Why ever would you ask me such a thing?
Explain.
Elidibus spoke in similar terms, you say? How curious. To answer your question, then, I made my choice for reasons which seemed obvious to me, but may not to any other. There were the expectations I placed upon myself before beginning my slumber, and the expectations of those who roused me. Of course, I had the choice to turn my back on a lot of it, but in the end, it was no choice at all. I cherish the time I spent with you and the others. What I wouldn't give to return to those halcyon days. Chasing ancient secrets, overcoming trial after trial with the aid of like-minded comrades. And what remarkable comrades they were. In such company, I felt as if I were a character in the epic tales that had stirred my heart as a boy. As if my dream had come true. It hadn't, of course, for I was no hero. Neither then nor after. Though the world to which I awakened and the First were beset with myriad problems, I rarely knew how best to play my part. There was, however, one thing of which I was certain. That I could not bear to let those dear to me meet a tragic end.
I was about to say, those guys are really taking their time.
I'm afraid our time is up. Go! Rest assured you haven't seen the last of me. I wouldn't dream of playing my trump card save in your presence. Break!
That is the PC code, Cashel. And it makes sense that they would adhere to it, too. Here's some place I see about 3 or 4 times a week.
Memories of a possible future. Worthless. All. Worthless as memories of the only past. Fated to fray and fade into oblivion. Leaving naught but a gaping void. The Waking Sands. Yes, that was the place. The place I first made myself known to you and yours. The Seventh Rejoining had left the realm listing dangerously towards darkness, and events were unfolding that threatened to push it over the brink. Thus did I approach you in my capacity as emissary, thinking that you would make a useful pawn. But I was wrong. And for my misstep did La Habrea and Emet-Selch pay the ultimate price, leaving me the last of the Unsundered. My remaining brethren, fragmented as they are, cannot hope to see our mission to its end. It falls to me alone. Defeat is not an option. I will strike you down. I will resurrect Lord Zodiac, and I will bring back those who sacrifice themselves to call him forth. Though it take 1,000 years, upon my honor as Elidibus, emissary of the Convocation of 14, I will see this done.
But know that his devotion is not without reason, even if he himself can no longer remember what that reason is. You worry too much, Elidibus. This dedication to your duty verges on obsession. Those who once relied upon you are no more.
What of it? I have my mission. I am Elidibus, and it is my duty to steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. This I swore to someone. We spoke, and I swore. What? What did I... This pain, this torment, is nothing. No more than must be suffered to deliver the world from its doom. No more than any of you malformed creatures have known. Even should you lose all that is dear to you, even should it cost you your life, you bear the burden and fight on, kicking and screaming until your last breath is spent!
Aye, it's true. We've lost much and more. Known unimaginable suffering. But through it all, we never, ever forgot what was dear to us. And that's what gave us the strength to carry on.
You truly have no fight left to fight.
No. No! It will not end here! Champions from beyond the rift, heed my call! The time is come to deliver your brethren from darkness. My heart's sole desire is a world free of sorrow. Join with me now in hope and prayer for the salvation of all. If you would usher in the end, then with my all shall I oppose you. As the avatar of those mortal heroes who fought unfalteringly in all their imperfection. As the warrior of light incarnate.
Hello, Sid.
Come, warrior of darkness. Let us finish this. What?
Herein I commit the chronicle of the traveler, shepherd to the stars in the dark. Though the world be sundered and our souls set adrift, where you walk, my dearest friend, fate shall surely follow. For yours is the 14th seat, the seat of Azem. Sorry.
An invocation of Eld. Though not of Hydaelyn's making. What are you? No, it matters not. You are the enemy, and you will fall. Even should it cost me everything, I will not forsake my duty.
it's time to put an end to an echo. What am I? Tank, healer, DPS? I can't see any of you. Tank. Okay. Seriously, there's a wait for 1 DPS. That one's Rax, that one's Zira, that one's Valvadrix. Don't know who that one is. Don't know who that one is. That was Cash. I suppose while we sit here and wait, thank you, Azure Hawk. Very, very much appreciate those bits. Thank you. I'll put those towards Trails of Cold Steel 1. You don't get a thank you though, Eric. Thank you for the sub, Eric. As always, much appreciate. If you know where you want that one to go, let me know. Not that I want to sound selfish, but I'm curious if you did do the cookie thing. Because if you did, I will wait on that before getting it for other people until I have tested it myself. Awesome. I am curious which one you have selected. This should be fun. I can't wait to fail miserably at my job. You got... okay. They're like $4 each, aren't they? Thank you, Space Pagan. Very much appreciate it. Where do you want to go? Sorry, kind of in a hurry here.
For my people, for our world, I will strike you down.
Anyone else get a real Terrence Stamp vibe from him? Rack's ready to jab me in the back.
This battle shall be our last.
I really like using Fallen 1 mechanics in this expansion, I've noticed. Coruscant Saber. It is Terrence Stamp!
Sword of Shadow! Darkness must be destroyed! Gleaming steel, light my path!
If you'll not fall, you'll be banished instead. Yeah, I saw the Bahamut. And we're dead. Sorry, guys. Game. Is this the 13th? It looks like it. Oh, dude. Here where we Ascians have been forced to retreat time and time again. Struggle all you like. Even should you break free, there is no way back. Yeah, sorry, my typing speed is good, thanks. I was also clicking at the same time. You clutch the crystal of Azem to your breast and wish upon it with all your heart. I should just rename myself Azem Runner at this point. And so it ends in unceremonious silence. Star Destroyer.
It cannot be!
See you around, dammit. You got it. A Star Destroyer in the right hands. Exactly.
I am salvation, given form. Mankind's first hero, and his final hope. For victory, I render up my all. Your demise will be our salvation. You still stand. Be gone! Sword of Shadow! Darkness must be destroyed! no surrender. Hope, grant me strength. Gleaming steel, light my path! Begone, spawn of shadow! Darkness must be destroyed!
Can we get a healer? Limit break 3? Ow. Thank you.
Begone, spawn of shadow! My beauty! No, not yet!
And this, ladies and gentlemen, because I remember. For Emmett Selk.
No, I cannot fail. I will not!
Group up, everyone, group up. Remind me of the keyboard combination. Because I don't remember it. I don't want to do G-pose. Tell me the other one. Oh my God. Oh, I hate the controls of cheapos so much. No. You know what? Yeah, just... That's just... No. I need to be in the middle. Scooch, whoever this is, take my spot. Whoever this is, go over here. 'Cause I need to be in the middle. Just for the picture, I don't want to be center. I mean, I just want to have the best view. Let's go with... there. Give me 1 second. I can actually pull up Corel right now and see how this looks live. Just this morning. There it is. Put that down. This is going to be under Premiere Run, which goes here. Bam. Oh yeah, I like that. Perfect. I'm going to save that right now, just to make sure I don't lose it. Do a little tweaking, just a little. Just a little, like that. As so I'm making the thumbnail right now because why not? PR Shadow Patch Shazam. I hope you guys enjoy it when the thumbnail goes live. And thank you, all of you, for being here for this and for being present and for helping with that. Before I see whatever cutscenes follow this, that's getting a plus. That was an awesome fight. That was a very good fight. Boom. And I probably never will, Remedy's Exion. Well, I have no idea. I think it literally has to do with how you used to literally make pictures that were about the size of your thumb, and you'd use your thumb to put them down on the negative or whatever. Yeah, I've seen more creative fights than that in this game, but that was a very well-designed fight. Okay, so.
Fool! You have achieved nothing. I am immortal, yet I will never surrender.
Sure thing, Sisyphus.
Elidibus, so fixated were you on my memories of the future, you failed to heed the lessons of the past. Your obsession blinded you to the true nature of this tower, this beacon of hope for mankind. Created to serve as a reservoir for the limitless energy of the heavens. To harness and bind the boundless. Not unlike white auracite. Your ill-begotten power. Obtained by exploiting that which is best in us. I shall have it. Your soul and all!
Recharge the battery a bit. There's a lot of juice in an Ascian. Especially whatever he is. Dude, I want that transmog.
This... Yes. I would become him. I would save everyone. This, I believed. Yet still they cried out in rage and despair. Divided over the fate of the star. A rare occurrence, always fleeting. But not this time. Not this time. Reconciliation. Elizabeth. I was needed. I withdrew myself from Zodiark. For them. My people. My brothers. My friends. Stay strong. Keep the faith. At duty's end, we will meet again. We will. We will. The rains have ceased, and we have been graced with another beautiful day. But you are not here to see it.
I concede I may have overexerted myself. Steady now and listen. I told you before that I had a plan, and that when all is said and done, I would ask a favor of you. We have averted the 8th Umbral Calamity. Found a way for everyone to return to the source. And, last but not least, We have secured the future of all the people of Norvrand. We have won, my friend. So, I hope you'll forgive me this moment of selfishness, and while I wouldn't want you to feel obliged, promise me you'll take me on your next adventure. A journey. Together. That's all I ask.
You could have asked me earlier.
If I were to tell you that this isn't the end, that we will meet again, would you believe me? Thank you. My friend, with you, my mind and memory shall travel to the ends of the world and beyond. But in this place shall my body stand immovable. May it serve as an undying promise, not only to those who look to me for leadership, but to any soul who has known despair, that hope is everlasting.
FF13 reference.
There, the Exarch would remain, keeping his silent vigil. When the Scions were not released from his summoning spell, we proceeded with the plan to return them to the Source. The Warrior of Darkness, however, retained his ability to traverse the two worlds at will. And in time, the Crystal Tower became a symbol of his link to the First, and of hope.
Sid pokes his head in, screaming, and leaves. dying. Everyone's dancing. The other D word. I was gonna say, this sounds like this is actually the break spot right here. I have a feeling I would be skipping the entirety of lunch if I continued with the plot. And it looks like I'm not in an instance anymore. So... it's okay. You know how packaging needs cushioning, Gigapudding? We're gonna cushion the shipping box that we're putting a soul crystal in with all these red flags. But before I go, I can't believe I'm doing this, but I'm giving that 2 pluses to story. 1 for the build-up and 1 for the payoff is what that really boils down to. And Vigilant, I still need you to answer my question at some point. If you don't mind. As to what you meant by your second donation. I can think of his name all of a sudden, Graha. Yeah, no, I wasn't spoiled on any of that. I had to hold back a cheer when I saw Mr. Selk. Roughly 1 hour from now.